We are live.
Just check that your batteries are in, because we're about to go live.
Batteries in.
Batteries in.
We're all green.
Welcome back. I hope that you are all well rested and well versed on what is to come today, the continuation of our long-term plan deliberations. I'll just reflect just momentarily on the very start of yesterday, where I did reinforce that the majority of a fair chunk of our submitters were very happy with the general direction of the ORC, and especially in our environmental space and what we're trying to do, and generally pretty happy with certainly with our public transport, all looking for certain improvements in the way that's happening, but the general flow was things, general direction, and especially our strategic direction had a pretty good feel within our ratepayer base, and even those non-ratepayers that submitted. But the real issue that came through to me was that there was a general feeling that we needed, a very strong feeling coming through, because I've gone back through and read the first 250 submissions again, just to check that I had that right. And there is a real feeling through there that keep the good work going, but certainly find ways to reduce your spend, keep your spend under control, and make sure that your ratepayers are getting value for money. So that's my impression of what's coming through. That was also noted by staff in that report. So I just hopefully we'll keep that in front of mind as we progress through today. We are starting, we completed through to recommendation 28, and we will now be starting on the section which is must do work. So each of those is divided into various sections: environment, climate change and resilience, and goes through our work streams with recommendations from staff. And my intent there is to go through each of those. For instance, the first is environment. So at that environment stage, we will take the staff recommendation, and if councillors want to make adjustments within that particular sphere of the ORC, we will do those changes at that stage in any recommendation. So we'll go through environment, climate change, transport, I think is next. So is my team on board comfortable with that?
Can you just please note it's report 6.1.2. It's often referred to as attachment or appendix 2, which isn't, but it's not titled that. Yeah, it's been really hard to just, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be critical.
Just to confirm, Kate, you're talking about the manager's recommendations and summary of submissions attachment 6.1.2. Is that right?
Yep. That's what you're referring to. It's just helpful if anyone is trying to do this online. It is really hard online. And when the recommendations themselves don't refer to that and the paper doesn't say it's attachment or appendix 2, it's hard for everyone.
All right.
You got that, Trudy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That is noted. Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson, and welcome to all those online. And hopefully you are all feeling in a far better state than some of you appeared to be yesterday. So, but thanks for partaking. So I'm going to hand straight to Mr. Rossler and his team, and Nick's on board, whoever's going to take us through that. If we go straight to the environment, investing in environment, which will be page work we must do, page 10, number 30. Is that? And it is, we can do that. Actually, we'll go straight to recommendation 29. That says notes attachment 2 provides a council staff assessment of the public submit a request relating to ORC must do work activity as outlined in the long-term plan 2434 consultation document.
Yes.
And we're just going to bear with, we'll get that up on screen. So that's just the noting.
It's noting a paper 6.1.2. There is no attachment 2.
Yeah, that's what we're just adjusting right now to get that into sequence. Kate, thank you.
Yeah, so just while that's happening, I'll just quickly give sort of context for councillors. So 6.1.2 or attachment 2, the staff recommendations. Council management have stepped through a process of looking for material requests from submitters relating to the LTP, relating to our program, and that's what's been captured in the attachment 2. There's a lot of detail that has come in from submitters that I talked about yesterday, particularly around transport. And what we've done there is we've endeavoured to give a kind of flavour for that detail that has come through, and the transport team have put some nice notes against that material, just to give you some real deeper context into the process that managers have gone through. And there's been a little bit of that sort of approach through the other 3 areas as well. And again, a flight helicopter view of it all, other than transport, staff are recommending that council sticks with the LTP program as consulted. And as Kevin's outlined, it's your opportunity now to come in and bring your oversight into what you've seen in submissions and open that up to discussion, and indeed bring in any recommendations under this ORC must do work section. So that's kind of the flyover.
I'm just getting back to that paper. I had to quickly check that we were on target. Moment, please. What's that? So have we a mover and a seconder for that first motion, which is now Councillor Wilson, a question?
Yeah, so noting we're not at what point can we consider any changes to those comments? I appreciate we're not going to change necessarily. There's some nuance in there. So if I take them, but we're just going to note the advice and then we're going to deal with them individually, or
Yeah,
we
just noting the 6.1.2 paper as it is.
Yeah.
Obviously,
okay.
within that, there's a number of different sections, starting with environment, which we'll work through and can have a discussion on each section as we go.
Okay, happy to move whenever.
Kevin.
You just, I'm just having a computer hitch. My apologies.
Mhm.
I had to flip my screen from one screen to the next, and I shocked myself and got it wrong. My apologies. Apologies to those listening. So do we have a seconder for that?
Yummy.
Seconder, Councillor Forbes, discussion. Those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Against? Well learned from yesterday. Thank you. Mr. Ross, now we'll move on to recommendation 30. And if you take us to that page.
Yes.
I see must do work.
Yeah. So that's page 10. Specifically, section 32 is a recommendation. The schedule you can see the schedule within the schedule is under pages 769 through to 771 where the environment comments have been captured and recommendations, and staff aren't recommending any change to the LTP.
Questions? Alan?
Yeah, Kevin. Tim here.
Oh, yeah, okay, we'll just go with Alan first as a warm-up and you get yourself ready. That'll be good. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Look, in there is reference, and we've had some other discussion about possible earlier review of the regional pest management plan. Just wondering, I suppose what the question is, when, just some more information about that review, what that would mean if we brought that in earlier, and I suppose the budget implications of that.
Yeah, so I'll take it and she can correct. So we talked at the Environmental Implementation Committee last Thursday around bringing a paper forward to that committee that looked at the options available for bringing forward either a full or partial review of the pest management plan. And that paper would include any budget implications of that work. So we haven't factored anything in at this stage because we haven't had that direction. But we do intend to bring that forward to a implementation committee meeting for a discussion, just given the nature of the feedback that we've had through this process.
That's great, thank you. No, that's all good.
I can add something to, so we're planning to bring it in November to the EI committee then, and within the budget we've got in year 5, I think it's year 5, someone, Nicholas, Sean can correct me if I'm wrong, but we've put $1.5 million into the budget line to cover the pest plan review, which would be when it's due. So if we wanted to bring that forward, then that 1.5 million would need to be brought forward too, because that's with a public consultation.
Yeah, but we'll our recommendation is that we bring that paper forward with options first before any decisions made around whether that funding needs to be brought forward to the impact. So the timing would work for a decision within the annual plan framework next year.
Thanks.
Just if I could just add to that, will that review include the possibility of, before a review was done, adding, if it was possible to add new pests to that plan? And that seems to be one of the moods that we've got, pests that are becoming a nuisance throughout Otago, deer, pigs that aren't possibly covered 100% correctly within our plan.
Yes, so the paper will give options around whether we do a partial review or a full review and what that could look like.
Thank you. Councillor Meppin.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Look, I'm sorry, I'm just taking you back. I was just trying to follow what I was doing yesterday. I have got open the consultation document. I've got the separate resolutions, and I've got the matters for consideration, which is the staff information. But I'm failing to see where attachment 2 is, and you were talking about 6.1 or 6 point something. Where is that? Sorry,
So if you go on that matters for consideration agenda, councillor, which is a 706 page. If you go to in terms of the environment, the one we're discussing now, 769, the comments on environment staff, where we've grouped those submissions and the points that have been made in the staff recommendations. So we're referring to that attachment now, which is specific responses to submission points that have been pulled out of the process.
and sorry, page number 769. Okay, fine. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no. That's difficult and probably, yeah, that's good and probably quite difficult to follow on one screen at a time, but each individual area is covered off in there, Tim. And Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We heard through the oral submissions and obviously it was in their original submissions, but from Predator Free, Dunedin and also Upper Lakes Conservation Alliance, the importance of having a strategic regional approach to biodiversity, biosecurity, etc. So my question really is, is that work already completed in terms of what we've already done in terms of strategic planning, or would the need to be a relook at where we're at in terms of a regional approach within the space and what those groups were saying? And I think the Upper Lakes Conservation Alliance provided us with a document that they produced looking at the bigger picture in the Upper Lakes catchment or Rovi. So are we aligned, I suppose, with what these groups are asking us to ensure regional alignment in the space?
So I think what maybe just get Hilary to talk to. So there is a biodiversity strategy piece of work that's being just being kicked off at the moment. So I'll let Hilary speak to that. I think my short answer is no, we're not completely aligned, and that's part of the work we need to do. There's a few pieces of work. So maybe if you kick off, Hilary.
Yep. So the biodiversity strategy is the next one on our to-do list. And we haven't determined yet whether that's going to be an ORC only strategy or whether it's going to be a multiple agency strategy or whether it's going to be including all these other groups as well. We also haven't determined yet whether or not it's going to be biodiversity and biosecurity. The initial stages we're at, we had a really good hearing with the DOC senior leadership team and Te Marama last year. And we all agreed that the first thing is to understand how do we produce this strategy at a rate that works for Mana Whenua. So that's basically what we're scoping just now. So we're working closely with Okaha and Te Marama to understand what that looks like before we get ahead of ourselves.
So can I just follow that up?
Can I just add to it? So I think the other thing is that if now that the decision has been made to invest in that significant fund from year 2, it would be a good idea for council to review all of our funding in that environment space, from our own ORC led through Eco Fund through large scale funding, and get real clarity on how we are making the best use of that investment across Otago, looking at those suggestions we're getting from large scale groups right down to what are the needs of some of our smallest catchment groups or landowners. So I think that we have a significant, you've seen through environmental implementation and through the long-term plan processes, there's a significant number of different ring-fenced funds or whatever they might be, and it would be a good idea for us to just bring that back and get real clarity on how we are using that to get the best result.
So when you say bring that back, I assume once the biodiversity strategy is complete and the consultation with their partners is complete, we will then be presented with some sort of draft way forward, incorporating what you've just said.
Yeah, some of that will have to happen in parallel because we'll need to start developing the framework for that large scale fund. We've already committed to an eco fund review after last year's round, so there's a few pieces of work, but ultimately that biodiversity, and whether it's biodiversity biosecurity strategy, will be part of that work as well, because it should highlight how we want to work in that space, and particularly how we align all of the different partners in the biodiversity biosecurity area to get best value.
That's cool. Thank you.
Lloyd and then Kate.
Yeah, just a quick follow up on that. When you're doing these strategic planning around the biosecurity, biodiversity, stuff like that, are you taking heed of the integrated catchment management processes being established around as well? Because at times it just seems we get a bit cluttered in some of these areas.
But that's actually another one of the things that we're trying to work out is how do we align that with those ICM programs, because a big focus of those ICM programs or those ICM plans, those catchment plans, is going to be biodiversity. And we just actually had a biodiversity forum in Oamaru yesterday, We do that quarterly, and we talked about, sorry, it's going into a lot of detail now, but you know, this one size fits all doesn't really work necessarily. And so at what level of granularity do we want to apply different kind of strategic priorities? And it might be that we look at a biodiversity strategy that tackles biodiversity crisis at a ICM level. We haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, so yes, sure, and that was related to the question Kate raised yesterday around how will catchment action plans that are driven out of the ICM program, you know, be invested in alongside all of the other investment we're making. So they'll absolutely be part of that picture as well.
Councillor Wilson. Oh, sorry, come back to you.
No, thank you. It occurred to me yesterday when Gretchen asked or talked about the importance of us doing seed funding to get more money. What I'm not clear about is how much money it costs us to give away ratepayers' money. And sometimes I think I'd really hope that in that review would reflect, are we doing it as efficiently as possible? And the reason, so I just put that out there as part of that work. But Hilary just made an interesting comment, and I just want to check this out. You're doing a biodiversity review, I think you said, and you're talking to mana whenua, which is absolutely appropriate in the partnership. But, and this is a point that Fed Farmers made, and I think a few others, if you just do that and you're not talking to the owners of what nationally is 25% of the biodiversity values, we set up ourselves badly. And I just want to check in the methodologies whether we've got that balance right, and we're not bringing in the landowners and the other stakeholders early enough, because I think a whole lot of projects are actually being stifled because we haven't got those processes right.
I'll jump in because, while I appreciate your point, it's not an LTP level of service conversation. We have had some early conversations with Department of Conservation, mana whenua. Absolutely, as with any strategy, and you've seen with the climate strategic climate action plan, there will be significant engagement with other parties who have an interest in biodiversity, and that'll be reported back through appropriate committees. So that piece of work is in the work plan and it's funded, and it's in its very early stages. But how that work rolls out will be the subject of council decision making and reports to council.
Well, look, it's a level of service that the Fed Farmers have raised, is that they aren't feeling like they're being effectively involved early enough. And
yeah,
so,
Kate, we're 100% behind what you're saying, but I think that probably needs to be brought up at either a leadership committee meeting. What do we call that committee? That's where we should be bringing that up and then getting a motion forward to council to ensure that we have the correct strategic direction when we are beginning these processes.
okay, then last one is, can we have real clarity when this is bedded down about line items and which projects they are going to, so that the environmental, I'll bring it up under one that's actually more clear. It's having their work programs more accounted for in the long-term plan.
Yes, but I'm sure that if you came to our CE at any particular time, he would make those lines available for you to particularly look at. But today would not be a great day to go through all those. So if you're looking for that information, I'm sure we can provide that in detail. Further questions? Lloyd, back to you.
Oh yeah, I'll just kind of follow up on what Richard was saying before, just because yesterday we made a big decision with our environmental fund, and we actually, part of that decision is actually committing to supporting communities and supporting environmental good projects. Now, but what my question is basically, and it's a wee bit like what Kate was saying as well, like within our organisation, we've got a whole lot of pools of money that are going to all different areas, like site-led funding, eco fund, ORC-led projects, joint venture ones with Jobs for Nature, and we got integrated catchment stuff that we're going to have catchment action plans. So what I'm saying is probably one of the biggest areas where we can create some savings long term. And I assume this will be all part of the big review coming up, is to bring all this stuff in together and treat it as a one, so that we're not being against each other for one, but so we're getting some synergies in our management of how we actually have a more holistic, a wider view of what we're funding and how we're funding it, and then we can, and once we as a council get clarity of how that works, we then have a product that we can take to, I don't know if this is the right terminology, to take to the market, but we can promote it with the public and invite outside investment once they see that we've got a well-structured approach that's I wouldn't say defendable, but that's out there in the open that people can, that's transparent, that's right.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah.
Lloyd, 100% agree with the sentiments, but the key part to that is when any review starts, that we are across the terms of reference that review will happen, which is technically not a long-term plan thing, but absolutely agree with the sentiments.
Yeah, and look, I don't necessarily see it as a review as much as business as usual, and making sure we look at all of those programs and are we getting the best value from it. So yes, the answer to the question, which I took from that, is yes.
Thanks for that, and we've got sufficient funding to be able to do that. You.
On the environment space, further questions? Yeah.
So it does seem as though we're by making the decision to invest significantly in the community-led type approach to environmental management, we are shoring up a change in philosophy with our community. It signifies an important time for our council in the way that it interacts with the community, to be as effective as possible in this space, to harness the skills that are far beyond that of just our organisation, to be efficient in our resources. Heard all that. So it does seem as though it is more than just investing in community programs. It's a way that we work. So we've heard from Richard that we have the resourcing to do the whatever it is review. Yes, he said, but it does seem like it is quite a big program across everything we do. So heard that, but just making sure that we have actually got the resourcing in there. Lloyd got the answer yes, but it does seem like it needs to be all brought together from a range of different areas. I want us to say we definitely have that there.
Yeah, we don't. I don't think we need any more funding or FTEs to be able to do that. We should be doing it anyway.
Brilliant.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The Wilding conifer rate, how we rate for Wilding conifers. I assume we haven't dealt with that yesterday when I was absent.
Yeah, we did, and that remained as is.
Oh, thank you. I should have spoke to you earlier this morning.
Should have told you so.
I got up at 5 and was waiting for the call, but you never rang.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the environment? Yeah, look, I suppose to Richard, I have in that what we're aligning here, if we take this recommendation, is that there is no adjustment to work programs under the environment activity as detailed. If we on completion of this review and our new biodiversity strategy, and if that varies from what we are doing, how do we then adjust the work programs to suit that?
So they'll be adjusted through subsequent annual plans. If there was additional work programs or funding or anything.
Changes to priority. Yep. Yeah. Thank you. Lloyd.
Would there be opportunities once we've had a good look at how we work this internally, that there may be some savings going forward from year 2 on, that we can rationalise some of this stuff and get efficiencies going?
There's always a chance. It'd be part of what we look at. Definitely.
That would be a good outcome.
Yeah. Obviously, without having looked at it, I don't want promise anything, but certainly, you know, that general view and the clear message we've had from council around being efficient with our resources will flow through all of anything that we do.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're looking to deliver more for less. So it's the long game.
Yep.
Thank you.
And balance, you know, just balancing the accountability we've got for spending ratepayer money with the need to be efficient and deliver. So absolutely take your point.
Yeah. So although it cannot be quantified at this stage, but it will come via the annual planning process. Thank you.
Any further questions? You all had the opportunity to read that document. We've answered the questions. I've got a mover for that for recommendation 30.
Well, maybe
Moved Councillor McCall, seconded Councillor Noon. Discussion.
happy for the motion to be put.
I think it's really important what Gretchen has just said about we are moving to a different emphasis from this organisation to really ramp up the support for that huge amount of resource that's out there in the community, and they've stepped up to the plate in the last few years with regards to the government programs that filtered through during COVID and the importance to take advantage of those gains. This probably we'll never have this opportunity again. So I think it's just so critical. I think that the messaging to those groups is that yes, we're here to, you know, work and collaborate together going forward and have the appropriate strategic approach that enables us to get the best outcomes for the environment.
With that in mind, and say without me having to repeat exactly what you've said, because you've said it for me, and that's why you didn't ring me this morning. I will put the motion unless there's not anyone else that wishes to talk at the stage. All those, and the motion being notes that council staff recommends no adjustment to the work program under environmental activity as detailed in paper 6.1.2. Those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Against? Carried.
I'll say yes.
We go to resolution 31. And that reads, notes that council staff recommends no adjustment to the work programs under climate change and resilience and infrastructure activity detailed in 6.1.2.
Yeah, so that's specifically pages 767 to 768 in the manager schedule. And this recommendation is referring to pages 29 of your consultation document, and also incorporates the comments around infrastructure feedback from the community about infrastructure strategy, flood drainage and river control. So that's combined in that recommendation.
Questions?
Yeah, I guess this is the space to bring up some of the feedback we had from Mosgiel residents around the maintenance of the silver stream, and I couldn't quite figure out what the history around all of that was or what our intentions are going forward, but perhaps we can get some clarity there, please.
So just Paul, we've got Brett and Pam from the engineering team in the room, Tim, so they'll be the ones speaking.
Thank you.
We've got a program set up coming into the new LTP to look at improving capacity soil strength through removing material sediment within the stream. plans in place for that now. We've got consultants engaged to help with this consenting for that, which will be the first major step in that process when you consent to be able to do work within the stream and remove sediment from it. We've got hydrology getting lined up for that as well, with the intention of having that program underway as quickly as possible, please, in the stream as soon as we can.
So I think some of the comments that we got back was that the silver stream hadn't been maintained at 100% of its capacity, and I'm just wondering why. So what you've just said then is that going to take it up to the 100% of the capacity?
So the question of capacity in the silver stream isn't quite as simple as meeting a number in terms of flow down the silver stream. Our intention is to have a program in place that maintains or improves the capacity of the silver stream in a strategic way to improve the capacity of the silver stream down its length. It will take some time. We can't just go and clear the silver stream end to end. We simply wouldn't be allowed to under consent conditions or any of our rules.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that there's some kind of restraint for us just going through with a digger and just cleaning up the whole thing? Is that obviously you just can't do that? Is that the issue? Is it?
Yeah, there are, Tim. There are constraints, and we need to follow whatever conditions are imposed. You know, in this case, we would be the consent authority and potentially DCC, depending on the scale of the works, and so there would be conditions placed on there to ensure that, you know, we managed any potential impact on the silver stream in terms of its environmental values. What we have been discussing and what has been put in row, it might be in more than one row, but the one I've seen is right at the top of page 769 in response to the submission from, looks like Lawrence F, which is 136-2. There is a comment in there, while no changes are recommended in relation to the current programming, which is the budget we've put in for Silverstream, if consenting and resourcing allow, we will expedite those works. So we're very cognizant of the messaging that we've got from the community. And if we're in a position to accelerate that, we will do so. We just need to understand a little bit more around the constraints that might be put on that program through the outcome of that consenting process.
Yeah, thank you.
Andrew?
Yeah, it's partly been answered, I think, but clearly at the moment it's programmed over a 4-year period. I assume the consenting regime will be for the full job for the Silverstream work. You won't just be consenting for the first stage, second stage, and third stage. The consent will cover the full job, the 800 and whatever K it is, correct?
So one of the decisions to be made is what is the most expeditious way to get the work started, and if that is to approach consenting in a slightly different manner to get some of that work underway sooner, then that's that work that has to be done up front. So yes, while in an ideal world you would consent the whole program, if there is a way that we can tackle that enables some early work to happen while the balance, then that's the sort of information we need to make some of those decisions.
For the benefit of the people listening, I'll ask a question that doesn't relate to LTP, but what are the likely impediments for a resource consent other than avoiding a fish spawning, for example? Because we would have been through these processes before, and I'm just wondering, is there anything else that's likely to jump out at us that we're not prepared for, or what normally are the other conditions? Sorry to ask this question, but the more people listening online don't know who they are, but they'll be thinking, what are we up against here?
So as well as fish spawning, there's also around, are there any sites of cultural or community significance that need to be looked at? It's about the volume of work that might be done and the timing of that. There's also breeding periods for birds as well that need to be considered too. And are we going to be working in the wet bed of the river, and what is the impact of that as well? So there's a multitude of things that are considered, and then potential conditions put on for that as well, plus any decision on notification too. So yeah, as Richard is saying, the appropriate thing is to engage with the consent authority very early on those, as we encourage any applicant to do.
I'm just going to go to Councillor Wilson, but before I do, I just want to add to what Councillor Noon has said, and I'm becoming increasingly concerned that very good intents by our staff to do activities in our waterways to complete maintenance and protect our ratepayers are continually bogged down by a process, and we end up getting nothing done. So whether I need to move a motion or not, I would hope that the CE could bring back a paper to council to ensure that we have a way forward, that ORC is no longer waiting for paperwork, so we can complete our business as usual activities and maintaining our waterways.
Yeah, but that's problematic, because we have the same obligations as anyone who wants to undertake work across the region. So it's not the consenting process. I mean, there's a number of things. There's our current water plan, and changes that could be made if we choose to notify the land and water plan that might make some of this work simpler to consent and more efficient. We just need to, and the staff have been working incredibly hard on the program of work and identifying early what regulatory approvals may be required. I think we can be better in that space, and that's just part of us looking at how we do things and how we approach things. I just think we've got to be careful trying to set something up that effectively is seeking. I understand what you're saying, Kevin. I'm just not sure what my paper that comes back to you would say, other than, we need to apply the same standards to ourselves as we do to everybody else in this space. And the onus is on us to ensure our work programming and the work we do when we need to apply for consents is done in a timely manner that allows us to deliver the programs that we put in our annual and long-term and annual plans. And I think we can achieve that. There is a secondary conversation that is happening through the land and water plan, which is what are the appropriate controls and waterways to enable some of this type of work to occur as an ongoing maintenance activity.
Thank you, Councillor Scott, then Councillor Wilson.
Marina, excuse me. Has council agreed to set up a liaison group on the Taieri?
We haven't had direction of that nature. We're well aware that was discussed, I think, at the last annual plan, or potentially the last two annual plans, and my expectation is that we will need to set that up probably for more than just the Taieri. There's other schemes and other around Otago and potentially other areas like public transport where there would be a desire to have liaison groups. So it's part of the work that our overall engagement program will look at. I think the Taieri, given the engagement we have had over the last few years, would be a good place to trial that. And so I'm happy to make a commitment that we do that. We just need to take some time and also discuss with that community to be very clear around what the role of those liaison groups are, because there are some slightly different opinions depending on who you speak to around what is the role, what is the decision-making capability, what function do they play in council's overall planning. But the short answer, Brian, is no, we haven't had a direction, but I had anticipated it would be coming, and we think the Taieri is probably a good place to start and test this community liaison function. It's obviously happened there previously, pre my time, but I've heard it talked about by a number of people. And so it's something we could stand up relatively easily.
Cool. Well, Chair Kevin, can I ask that you put in as part of a motion recommendation that we establish a liaison group on the Taieri? And as our CS says, ideally other liaison groups will follow. And I'm also aware that any liaison group on the Taieri would, represent not only certain stakeholders, but ideally the community as a whole. Thank you.
Councillor Scott, I'll work with our CE on a motion and we'll put that after our first break or in the appropriate time after that. So if you just leave that with us, we'll put one, get that to you and work through that. No problem.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, then McCall, then Robertson, then McCall.
I've got two questions. Thank you. The first one is about the resources that this team has. I find it really frustrating that we're only just hearing about the resource consent being applied for now. I think this work has been in the pipe for some time. And what I think we're not doing well enough is the comms around these things and letting people know when things are happening and what the time expectations are. And we need to be doing that better. Have we enough resources to provide comms on this sort of thing as we develop our new website, that people can see that things are happening and what's happening and when?
Yes.
Great, thank you. The other part of this, I'm slightly concerned. Well, the drainage network and modelling, and it's referred to, I think, on the last part of the infrastructure. I can't remember the name. Sorry, I haven't got that screen open. We're doing more modelling and more planning, or more investigations. I am loath to investigate anything further unless we have budgets to actually action those things, and it doesn't matter what sphere. But when we're doing modelling and investigations, are we putting in budgets that will then let that stuff happen if it needs to happen and in a timely manner? And this infrastructure is 100 years old.
So just for clarity, what you're asking is, are we budgeting for work that is required following the completion of that modelling work? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, more or less, yeah.
So there is some anticipated expenditure that is put into the infrastructure strategy and flows through the long-term plan within the first where it is in the first 1 to 10 years, which is just a staff. It's a placeholder based on staff's anticipating the type of work that may come out of that modelling. So we don't just have the model and leave it blank and then have to drop the entire amount, and it would obviously be refined through annual plan or future long-term plan processes as that modelling work's completed. But there are placeholders in there.
Okay.
Councillor
so the questions we had on WEARS and M1 and 3, is that coming up somewhere else, or is this where this comes up?
Which one, sorry?
The questions about WEARS, and you asked us for questions last week, and we asked questions. I think Andrew and I both asked, maybe more, about M1 and 3, Mill Creek culverts, I think there were, and the where there were submissions, oral submissions that were given to us, and the where at Gladfield Road.
I'll track your email down, Kate, and maybe again after a break we can come back. I vaguely recall what you're talking about.
Councillor Robertson.
Just coming back to where Councillor Noon was asking before around what we would consider when we're considering a consent application as well. And yeah, both of us have been hearing commissioners, but I guess you would consider, well, first of all, the onus for ORC as governors and as staff is to maintain our flood infrastructure at a good level so that it's safe. So we do that. Second thing, when we're considering a consent, we would consider the cost benefit. So there isn't an unlimited cost to benefit ratio as well. So we would need to be looking at that. We would also need to be looking at alternatives. So are there any other alternatives that would achieve the same outcome so those things as well would need to come in. And I guess, there's 2 points there, and there is a question that I want to come to. The first one is, our requirement to maintain thing. The other thing is our requirement to look at big picture and what's actually going on in terms of hazards in our region. So, we had in the paper there around, there was quite a bit of support as well for, I'm not saying this is this particular situation with the silver stream, but that people are looking at what are all the other alternatives as well to digging deeper, to building flood banks higher, to industrializing essentially what are natural waterways as well. And also, where's that balance of cost benefit as well? So that's the big picture that we need to be thinking about. So my question is then, in terms of our programs that we've got with various communities, because it seems as though we need to be doing programs pretty soon. There's a real readiness for that in community to be talking about what we're dealing with and that cost benefit ratio. We've got, and I don't want to lump these all together because every river's dealing with hazards, everyone across the nation. But we've got South Dunedin as a hazard area, Glenorchy, Clutha Delta, Tyree. I can't remember exactly when the Tyree, for example, comes on stream with its engagement with community, because it seems like that space is really ready for that now. So my question is, have we got that in the work program to work intensively with that community, and when is that?
It's an infrastructure strategy. I'll just get the details.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, so it's something that's probably woven throughout the infrastructure strategy, and also working with natural hazards as well, who are already doing great work in that space elsewhere. So a lot of our programs across engineering, natural hazards and civil defence to a similar extent do align. So we were looking at things like adaptation, risk, and all those sorts of things. We don't show those connections in the infrastructure strategy, but we are working very closely to get those programs aligned. So the Clutha is a really good, a more straightforward example of that because it's a little bit further ahead. But yeah, where the adaptation investigations and work program aligns really nicely with our routine condition assessments, monitoring, scheme performance assessments and everything. So hopefully when everything comes together, we are well aligned.
Do you want to add to that?
It just seems we might be missing an opportunity if we're not working in community engagement beyond just a liaison group in that area, particularly the Tyree soon. Gathering a lot of technical information is really important. I can hear that, and that there's some work there. It's not we're not maybe not ready at the stage to have those big conversation. Yeah, I think we should probably be doing it sooner, talking with the community, and I'm not sure that a liaison group's the only way to do that. It's one small component of it.
Can I just add to that, Councillor Robertson, though, would you think that, I'm asking you the question here, that the liaison group, along with our staff working with that liaison group, could be the conduit to start that?
I think that's right, and maybe it's an annual plan thing, thinking that through, but it needs to be happening, working towards that.
Yeah, Lloyd and then Tim.
I'd just like to tautoko Chair Robertson on the comments around that. I think it's vitally important that we work with our communities and work with our communities really early. I'm going back to the Silver Stream, unfortunately, but I'm a bit gobsmacked that we're still doing hydrology work and work progress and stuff is something that's being there. But I think but I also take into account that we have to go through the the procedures. So I think probably for me, we just want to make, we just want to have some urgency around that. What I was going to ask, so infrastructure strategy, Richard and his team went through and created quite a few savings out of the work program. So a lot of those work programs coming out of that infrastructure type area. So and having a relook at some of the work programs and rework at what's required to be able to enable work programs, etc., etc. So probably my question is, does that updated work program need to be embedded within the infrastructure strategy prior to that we formalise it?
Yeah, so that those changes will be reflected within the infrastructure strategy. So the infrastructure strategy needs to mirror what we commit to in the long-term plan. So that the changes that we've made will be reflected within that updated version, which will be signed off at the end of January. End of June.
No, that's awesome. And so, and also, and I don't need to ask this question, but we've got a couple in the room. Everybody's happy that we can fulfill our obligations around the maintenance of our protection schemes, etc., within the updated infrastructure strategy.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I think Gavin had his hand up maybe on that
going to go down.
question from Gretchen previously, but the answer to that one's yes.
Thank you.
Gavin.
Yes, I'm just going to add in response to Councillor Robertson's comment that we have a program of work underway on the Taieri, a bit like on the Clutha Delta in the first 3 years of the long-term plan, which does involve or will involve community engagement around scheme performance. And the flood bank risk assessment work that we reported to Council a few months ago is the first part of that. It informs that broader program of work.
Thank you, Gavin. Councillor Methven.
Yeah, thanks. Look, just around this discussion about forming liaison groups, there are community boards that are currently existing. We've got 6 in the Dunedin City area. One of them is the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board. Perhaps I'm being a little bit naive, or ignorant, but do we interact at all with the community board as an ORC? Because I would think that, rather than recreating liaison groups, that we would should take advantage of what the structures that exist already.
Yes, we do. So we have quite a lot of interaction, and it's mainly across our flood and drainage in those areas where we do have it, and there are community boards, and also in public transport in the Dunedin and Queensland space, we have interactions with community boards. So they get briefed on key papers and are involved in discussions and invited to different forum. So we try and maintain good relationships with those boards.
So do you see a liaison group as being any different than a community board?
Yes, I do. I think a liaison group involves landowners on the ground, and may also involve a member of a community board as a representative of that elected group, but I see them as different things.
Okay, thank you.
Tim, if I could just go an example of that liaison group would be the Lower Waitaki scheme that we have at the moment, which is a combination of people around the Waitaki River, but on both sides of the river. Dr. Palmer comes and oversees and works with that group. So there is councillors that attend those meetings, but it is people with the expertise around the particular issues that we have there. So it's just a subtle difference as to what we're trying to achieve. So that one works very well. Right, any further questions? Councillor Noon.
I'm going to seek your tolerance for this question, but I could argue that it does relate to infrastructure, but it probably more the previous topic. But the Strathtorey Community Board raised the issue about water quality monitoring at the Taieri, and my understanding that there's 3 monitoring sites, one at the top end of the Taieri, is it Taieri? One at Sutton and one at Duke's Road. So there's basically 3 monitoring sites, and my calculation over about an 80k length of the Taieri. So I suppose my question is within our operational budgets, do we have adequate funding for additional water quality monitoring infrastructure? Or are we continuing on with the status quo going forward?
I apologise, Andrew, I'm gonna have to come back to you on this. Oh, no, it's here. I don't see him behind it. Oh.
There are quite a few more monitoring sites in that area. I can't give you an exact number, or I can't recite them. But I know there are quite a few more on some of the tributaries and on the main stem of the Tyree itself. So I think, and I think we are broadly covered there. We have a good sense of what water quality is doing in that particular area. Some of the Tyree community boards concerns that I've seen in the past also relate to groundwater quality with relation to drinking water in the township, which is a slightly different issue, and we don't have great coverage of in terms of monitoring, but we are extending there is funding in the long-term plan, and we are extending our bore network at the moment to be able to cater for some of that.
Thank you. Did have another question?
Yeah, can I just add to that question you've done? So with that in mind, and it looks as though we're doing some very good work there, when does that get communicated back to the Strathclyde Community Board, our actual position and our actual plan going forward? Mike, would that be a
response to submissions?
So we're talking about the letters in response? Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
So are you referring to response letters?
Yeah, well, so the question was raised by Councillor Loon about based around the Strathclyde submission. Very good answer.
Yep.
And it would be neat to, I'm just trying to tie in when that happens back.
So you're saying you want communications around what Tom's responding back to the board, is that what you're saying?
Well, that would give them the clear answer of what's happening, and that's what they're.
So yeah, this process can enable that. That's what you. Yep.
And I suppose I think where Kevin's coming from is on an ongoing basis. We got some sort of regime in place to ensure that entities such as community boards are informed about the latest water quality or whatever. I know if they will go to the portal, that information is there, obviously, but even making sure that groups such as community boards have access or are informed that information is available ongoing.
I actually had a conversation with a community board member on the sideline of a rugby game not that long ago, that was going to lead to a few additional conversations as well. So we'll be able to tidy all that up.
Thank you.
Can I just jump in on the question that I said to Carol come back on after the break? So we have confirmed that the Mill Creek and Alfredo is included in the operations and maintenance work program, and that's not a line item which has been deferred in terms of the changes that we've made. There is, as part of those scheme models and risk assessments, it may be that there's additional work added on top of what's in for operations and maintenance, but we have funding allocated to both of those activities.
Thank you.
And so I'm going back to Councillor Noon for a second question, then to Councillor Wilson for yours.
It relates to just exactly what the comments he's just made, and the submission that I can't remember who it was from, but they talked about M3 and M4 culvert, Riccarton Road South, Riccarton Road East, Dukes Road South. Those two were referenced in the submission that I had noted. So I assume once again that's covered off by Richard's comment that there's adequate funding to ensure, or maybe there's a comment to come from staff.
Yeah, so the comment in there, and it was actually the same, looks like the same submission that I was talking to before at the top of page 769. So the scope and work required to improve drainage at the intersection of Riccarton Road East and Dukes Road South, which I think is the area that was part of that. At the intersection of the M4 drain and Riccarton Road East is currently being established with a view to progressing the design works in 23-24 financial year. So it is underway. Yeah.
Kate, thank you.
Sorry, CE, is this where I asked the question about LiDAR because it's under resilience and stuff, or do I do that? Okay, so
Kate,
I understand.
Kate.
Yeah.
I will admit questions about LiDAR. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Look, this is about resilience. We've got LiDAR work, I think, programmed for year 3 onwards. It's a fairly key tool in understanding our risks and natural hazards, but it's also an important tool to understand it if there is a hazard and understanding why things and what things may follow, I think. So on that basis, and because it's dependent on government money, aren't we better to put it in earlier as something and push it back if we don't get the money, but ask for the money and try and get the work done quicker than putting it off until year 3? Half of Otago, I think, hasn't been done. We're very aware of certain things that could happen, like AF8, it'd be really good to understand the west area of Otago better. But also with economic development, it also provides more tools for change as well. So on that basis, I'm just wondering if we're better to be putting it in as year 1 and on the basis that we're saying it's important enough to do it sooner so we can better articulate where our hazard risks are.
Richard.
So, I mean, the short answer is staff recommendation remains the same. We are in active discussion with LINZ, who managed the co-funding model that we've been operating on previously to complete the LiDAR program. So that was part funded through what was at the time the Provincial Growth Fund. We are having a discussion at the moment around what opportunities might exist through the new, I think it's the Regional Infrastructure Fund, and those conversations are ongoing at the moment. I think if there was an opportunity to secure that funding, we would be recommending to council that we bring that we bring ORC's investment forward to make the most of that funding and get that work underway. At the moment, it's been budgeted to occur, you're right, Kate, year 3 onwards, or year 3 through year 6 is the bulk of the spend. And that's where we've placed it. So yes, it can be brought forward. Obviously, there's a decision made about do we go ahead if there's no opportunity for co-funding, and the team will be looking at that, and that will be informed by how successful the conversations with LINZ and NB are. If we bring it forward, then it will have an impact, obviously, on year 1, or depending on how far you want it to bring that forward, it will have an impact on year 1 and year 2's budgets.
Thank you. Zoom cut out for the most important part, but I'll go back and listen. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, I would suggest that if you want to change to that and increase the priority of that project, if you crafted a motion and sent through to us, we could have a look at that and discuss it later on in our recommendations, if that was your wish.
So, can I just, I understand where the budget is. I can't tell how expensive it is, so I don't know the effect of asking that question.
So the entire program is budgeted between 3 and 3.2 million, assuming no co-funding. That's the way it's set out. So there's from years 3 to year 6, there's $750,000 per year to complete the program. Obviously, if there's co-funding applied, then there'd be opportunities to make some savings within that. That's how it's currently set out in the budget.
Thank you.
Tim?
Yeah, just following up on Kate's question on LiDAR. So that Provincial Growth Fund money established, I guess, the project. How many kilometres of Otago has been mapped with LiDAR so far?
So currently LiDAR data is available for 32% of the region, covering main populated areas and other areas of interest, which is mainly around the flood protection and drainage schemes. I can circulate, it's on Otago Maps, but I can just circulate a snip that shows that, but that's the coverage at the moment.
It also does Manihirikea and Lake Onslow really well. I wonder why.
Thank you for that addendum. We have any further questions? We are putting on to your screen resolution recommendation 31, notes that council staff recommends no adjustment to the work programs under climate change and resilience and infrastructure activity detailed in paper 6.1.2. We have a mover for that recommendation.
Can I ask one question on this? Sorry, I'm slow. This is better.
No. Yep, no trouble.
Thank you. Look, a lot of the questions we've got are because people can't see things in the budgets. And the detail you've just given me on LiDAR just gives me a much better understanding of it. But if those lines aren't in the budgets, and I don't want to make an absolute book of this, but I think we should be able to present our budgets somewhere on the internet where people can see those work programs and some specificity. That goes a long way to doing the comms that people need and gives some clarity about things happening and then helps build in KPIs and things. Is it possible, without being onerous, that when we're building our new website, we can give that better clarity in layers?
One of the recommendations of the efficiency review was around how we budget to enable greater clarity around work programs, so the connection between work program and the building of budgets and the work plan process. So no, the new website doesn't specifically take that into account that now, but through those recommendations made out of the efficiency report and hope, what will end up being subsequent changes that we make to our processes, we should be able to get some greater clarity. We don't need to future-proof the website. We can add that at any point in the future.
Thank you.
Excellent. So with that in mind, and thanks for that clarity, Richard. So we have recommendation 31. We have a mover for that recommendation. Councillor Noon, seconded Councillor Weir. Discussion. No discussion. I'll put the motion.
Yes.
I haven't put the motion yet, Councillor. I just want to add that, look, there is a heck of a lot of very good work being done by the ORC, and we're continuing to build on the investment we made 4 years ago to increase staff and to increase our operation and to go forward, and we're doing that. I think Councillor Wilson's comments just highlight a need, and we've seen that we need to continually go to our public and ensure that they understand what we're doing and when we're doing it, to give them greater confidence in that things are actually happening. I'm sure they are happening. I'm confident they're happening, and they'll continue to happen and will continue to get better. We just need to get that message out always a bit better. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Against? Carried. And we're going to have a break before we catch the bus. So we'll go to 10:30. So if council in the room at 10:29 would be much appreciated.
We're
live and welcome back to all those online. We are now moving to transport and to recommendation 32. And that refers to about page 762 on our staff document, where they have aligned the work programs with the responses and the questions that were posed within the submissions. And I'll hand to Mr. Rosler to give us a brief outline of where that's at, and then we'll open for questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, look, there's under this ORC must do work area. Staff are making 4 recommendations for changes based on submissions. When you look at page 762 on the schedule, the 4 submissions include 393 Wikawiki Coast Community Board, and flicking through to page 764, looking at submission 56, and some investigative work there, and dropping down to submission 347, recommending change to the work program around Upper Clutha work, empty business case, and Dunedin Tracks and Trust Network 391, and recommendations coming through there from staff. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Weir.
Bullshit, I'm doing the motion, but in the meantime, just want to ask some questions around A and D in particular. Just around like if we might be able to elaborate on what those adjustments would be to the timetable of Route 1, and then also what the if that Oamaru Dunedin service would just be an extension of Route 1, or whether that be a standalone route.
So I'll answer D first. Unsure. That's part of what would be looked at, whether it's in Oamaru, Palmerston, and then a connection with existing, or establishes something completely different. I'm not sure of the detail around A, because I checked in with Lorraine, so I'm not. Mike, I don't know whether Mike's got any further notes on that, but we can try and come back to you on that. We might have have an answer for you, but that's the answer to D.
Yeah, sorry, so it's just the notes in the schedule, and yeah, my understanding is we can come back with detail to committee.
Within a proposed expenditure sounds good.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, but in reference to the consultation document, I don't see any mention in the recommendations associated with the Balclutha to Dunedin trial, including airports, bus service.
No, so there's no changes proposed to that. So that is proposed to go ahead as included in the other ones are having slight tweaks based on feedback, but the Balclutha one is proposed to go ahead as included in the consultation document.
Okay, that raises the question that I'll raise now. With regards to Ellington and Outram as well, and I suppose my question is, I suppose anything's possible, but the ability to incorporate some sort of trial from the southern part of the city connecting Balclutha, the airport, it would make logical sense that Ellington and Outram would at least be considered in some sort of trial as well, particularly Ellington.
Yeah, I mean, I think
we just accept that the scope of
we'll need to consider those things and pick up. We've heard feedback from Outram certainly. I remember at the Mosgiel drop-in session there was a couple of people who were discussing that Outram public transport and a connection there, and it's obviously come up again through the potential for the Balclutha trial to incorporate that. So as staff work through that with Clutha District they will be able to look at those things. And the other thing that was on the cards is the existing Mosgiel sort of link bus that just operates within Mosgiel. There is the potential to look at expanding that as another opportunity to provide some connections for Outram. So there's a few things that staff will look at there, but definitely have picked up those comments, and as part of that feasibility for the Balclutha Airport Dunedin, they'll look at all routes.
And I suppose just one last question. Peter Dowden raised the issue of ECAN's solution that helps to connect communities, and the example we gave was the Timaru-Tamuka connection, where ECAN basically book a number of seats on the intercity passenger service, as that's how they came up with a solution. So and that's obviously a block booking ongoing. So I suppose hope that within the scope of what we've consulted on, it allows those sorts of innovative solutions.
Yeah,
to be
it does,
considered.
and I know that the team have been up to Waikato recently just to look at. They've got similar connections they need to make between towns within that Waikato region, and they have a different model again that involves trusts and funding of those to make those connections. So there's a few different things that the staff will look at as part of this process, and all of those things would be on the cards.
Thank you. Kate, you'd raise your hand, and I have got a message. Oh, right. So you're just informed. So I have noted, and we have noted in the paper that you're sitting back from this discussion. Thank you.
No, I'm sitting back on C. I do want to ask questions about buses.
Yes.
The cycling trail. So Dunedin Tracks and Trails, which I have nothing to do with, but they do talk about projects I do have something to do with, and therefore I think it's easier if I stand that back. But my question is about the buses, and it's more about the responses. I mean, I love the fact that Dunedin and Otago people have really engaged on passenger transport, and there's a whole lot of views. And I don't think our systems are particularly transparent, or the regulatory statutory framework with the regional transport management plan. And I'm just wondering whether we should be responding by saying any submission on the long-term plan about buses will also be carried over to look at the passenger transport management plan, or whatever it is, when that goes up for a review, and give the dates for that.
So what's the question? Sorry,
Does that make sense?
If we take it as a question, so they wouldn't automatically.
It is a question. Can we?
Kate, just wait till Richard
answers.
Can
we respond?
Kate.
Sorry. So we can't automatically carry across submissions. They'll need to be made within that submission period. But we will, in terms of the responses to those submitters, we will note that the appropriate time for council to consider those things is through the regional public transport plan, and we will give some dates. That's in the work program and has already been considered by staff, so we can make sure we point people in the right direction and ensure that they're well aware of the dates, and there'll obviously be a full public consultation on that process as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions?
Got all mine now?
No, just let's get them done. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I've got one.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we'll take you, Tim, first.
Yeah, just look, we might have covered it off yesterday, but just the presentation around the passenger rail options and scoping study, has that been covered off, or is that included in what we're discussing here?
This is the appropriate place to discuss it. It has not been discussed, so it would be up to you now to open that conversation up. If you want a question on that, we could take it. I would think if you've got a question about it particularly, or we would handle it in the discussion once the transport motion has been moved and seconded.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, are we considering supporting a scoping study into passenger rail? And it was presented to us in our community feedbacks.
The staff recommendation at the top of page 766 is not to include any budget for a scraping study for rail at this time.
Is there any particular reason for that?
So it wouldn't, in terms of our public transport responsibility, that it doesn't attract co-funding. We are maxed out in terms of the budget that we have available for public transport. If council was of a mind to put some funding in, that's up to council. We just don't believe at a staff level that it is, our recommendation is scoping study. And that's not dismissing that submission by any stretch. They've put a lot of time and effort into that. That's just staff's balanced view on our competing priorities.
Sure. Okay. No, thanks. But yeah, up for discussion, I guess, now, if anyone else is interested in following it up.
Yeah, Tim, you're most welcome when we come to the motion part to actually move a motion in that direction if you wish and see where that support would lie. No problem. Thank you. Elliot.
On I guess, and our bus networks more widely, are we looking, feel free to cut me off if it's more operational LTP stuff, but are we looking at different kinds of buses for those different needs on the different routes, articulated bus on those higher turnover routes like the 8, and then for something like the Route 1, double deckers where you can fit that extra capacity on the long distance.
The Queenstown business case is predicated on larger buses articulated for key routes, mainly the Franklin route. There is no plan to bring those into Dunedin at this stage. The commercial reality of having different types of buses to be able to run in niche times doesn't stack up, and we're better to have that. And it's the same in terms of the feedback we always get about having smaller buses, is that it effectively requires operators to hold multiple fleets, and that the most commercially efficient way to do it is to have a fleet, consistent fleet. So the Dunedin case doesn't include any changes to the size or type, if you like, but Queenstown does. Yeah.
So if it made sense, we would have considered it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And then
I'll keep going.
Yeah, okay. Do we have any contingencies, or do the bus operators have any contingencies when one of the last bus homes is missed and someone is, the bus doesn't go buses at night? People live stranded out.
So that's good. I'm very pleased to see Lorraine's name pop up on the screen, so I'll hand that under her.
2 seconds.
Hello?
Hi,
Hello.
Lorraine. Did you catch that question?
Yeah, that was about the contingency for
Yes.
buses.
Yes.
We do. Our operators are always contracted to, sorry, got phones ringing and everything, to pick up all the passengers. So if the question is about say children or people left behind after a last bus, as long as the route is scheduled, all of the passengers need to be collected.
Awesome. What would you say someone should do if they have arrived at a bus stop and the bus doesn't come at night and it's scheduled to? Would that just be calling the operator?
So the question is if the bus hasn't arrived, if it's a scheduled service, they could call we have an after hours number which will either come through depending on the time to after hours or to our own staff, and that then our staff or the after hours can contact the operator. I wouldn't we wouldn't be recommending that people contact the operator directly. However, the bus, the buses, if they're scheduled, should be arriving.
So they should call that after hours line. Yeah. Awesome.
Yes. If a scheduled bus service hasn't turned up.
I just wanted to follow that. Is that after hours number available? I think you might have said, but I missed it. Is it available? Where? How do people find it?
Call centre number. Same number.
Oh, it's just the call centre number. Okay.
So it's not technically an after hours number. It is just our contact number, but after hours it will go to the call centre, and then after a period of time it goes to our staff manning phones.
Thanks, Lorraine.
Thank you. Here you go.
Right.
Elliot?
And what will the call centre do?
The call centre will contact the operator, and or our staff will contact the operator to find out if it is a scheduled service, what has happened. There may have been a notification if it's been cancelled or something like that the person may not be aware of. That's what would be checked, whether there's a cancellation.
Will arrangements be made for the person to be picked up?
If it was a cancelled service, they wouldn't necessarily be picked up if the notification had gone out. I mean, we tend to avoid cancelling first and last services wherever it's possible. That said, that depending on the situation, we may still arrange for people to be picked up, but it will depend. If the service has been scheduled, then there's cancelled. Sorry, then there'll be a reason why the operator hasn't run the service, and it may not be possible to send out an extra vehicle.
Thanks, heaps, Lorraine.
So we do leave people behind.
So the intent of the process is that we don't. I think what Lorraine's saying is that depending on circumstances, every effort will be made. I was talking to Councillor Ware about this yesterday around the difficulty of establishing, the missing of a last service. But if the service has not run as scheduled and the call's been made in a time window that suggests that that person should have been able to catch that service, then every effort would be made to make sure that bus provider went and completed the route as it was required to do. So we could never sit here and say 100%, Councillor Scott, as much as I'd love to, because it's not something we absolutely can guarantee, but I can say 100% that every effort would be made through the call centre and through ORC staff to establish that whether or not that scheduled service did or did not run. And if it looked like there had been an error on the operator's part, then the expectation would be that they go and correct that at the time.
And if it was me standing there and nobody turned up, and I went and got a taxi, if I took the taxi expense into the ORC, would I be recompensed?
So we don't have a policy on that currently.
Maybe that's something.
The short answer at the moment is no. There's no policy for people to bring that in, and for us to reimburse.
Well, maybe we should think about that, because that would be a good incentive for us, for everybody to maintain a certain service standard. Thank you. I'd like staff to have a think about that one. Thank you.
Further questions?
Last one, but if anyone wants to go first.
Yeah. And again, Councillor Ware.
I wonder if I might just be able to say what the motion is going to be, because the question is about something on the motions. It might just be clearer for people. So what the part of the motion would be.
Yeah, you've got to go. Yeah.
So once I ask these questions, I'm going to move an additional E on here. I don't know if we're taking them separately or whatever, but moving, I guess, F.
Sorry.
And that would just extend the Saturday timetable to apply to all Sundays and public holidays for public transport. So before I talk about it, I'll just ask, I guess, probably Richard. But anyway, just to confirm that this would be, within scope for LTP deliberations, and that this recommendation would be the most appropriate place, and then also what the budget implications of this would be.
Yep. So we, yes, it's within scope. It's a service level. There is a budget implication. It's not significant in terms of the overall transport expenditure. So staff have looked at that. So thanks for giving us a heads up on it. The gross cost of doing this, which is that change to Saturdays, Sundays and public holidays, has been calculated at around $390,000 annually. We don't think that fare revenue would have a significant impact on that. They're not going to be busy services. This is more around a level of service. So you can knock. That's a gross cost net. We don't think fare revenue is sort of a significant consideration. We can't say at this time whether those additional services would receive Whakatahi NZTA subsidies. They're not currently in the approved program, so they don't automatically attract it. It's a conversation we would need to have with them. So that's why we're putting forward that gross cost at 390, and unfortunately just can't give a high degree of confidence or otherwise around that subsidised funding. So that would be the impact on that of that resolution.
No one else has any other questions? I'll happy to move that, but I don't know how you want to take them.
Yeah, we will get, if there's no further questions, what we will do, sorry, Lloyd?
I've got some questions. I've got a question.
And I've got you, Tim.
I've got under 32A. The 32A allows for minor adjustments, to routes by the management, and then it's got and then including what's going after that, minor adjustment to the pumps and being et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Does the public transport budget line have an area, have flexibility in what routes they use and what routes they like? It does have the flexibility of does the public transport division have the flexibility of one route's not operating how they'd hope, and they think it would be better to be somewhere else, that they can shift it without council approval?
So minor adjustments they can. And Lorraine can just talk a little bit to this because we get multiple requests a year to change routes. It's a significant process to go through a route change, and it shouldn't be done lightly. If there was going to be a significant change, that would be brought to the Public Transport Committee as part of a paper. If there are minor adjustments made because there's just a change in routing configuration or just something that makes sense, then they would just make an operational decision and do that. So there is some flexibility there. But I'll just get Lorraine to summarise some of those key considerations because, there is a expectation or maybe an assumption that it's a relatively straightforward thing to do, but there's a lot of work that goes into designing routes and timetables that you need to consider very carefully if you're going to unpick that and make a change. Lorraine, do you want to just
That's correct. While some changes look very minor on terms of roads and alignments, we need to consider the impact on the whole schedule of the run, like how much flexibility there is, because if it has a domino effect down and it affects drivers' break times, then we need to obviously consult with the drivers and the operators and the unions. And we also tend to have a fairly low bar for where we would publicly consult on a change to a route, because when we make any significant changes, we're always required to publicly consult. But even minor ones, because they're usually in response to, as Richard mentioned, somebody wanting a change that suits them, but you can guarantee that there will be other people who are working with the current route will suit those other people who are adjusted to it. So in fact, even when we bring a paper to council, so it's still a reasonably minor change, we will usually have discussed it, and we may have mentioned, have a pre-report and then consulted before the final decision on the changes brought to council.
Yeah, Lloyd. Keep going.
Yep. So do you see the proposed Saturdaysing the Sunday and public holidays as being a major change, a significant change?
So that's sort of really about service provision rather than changing a route. Sorry, I was sort of thinking if you made a slight amendment to which road or which stops buses stop at, we'd probably wouldn't consult as such. We would communicate on the changes.
Oh, thank you. I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
Good. So I like option D. D, you've got one there too. I suppose it's just really, that one there is really just a feasibility study as opposed to actually looking at it, implementing a trial or anything.
Oh, so that's a extension to, it's a slight extension to what we consulted on in terms of the Oamaru service, so that we included in the consultation. Through the feedback, we strongly heard about the need for a connection between Oamaru and Dunedin, largely from people who access hospital services. So D is just slightly increasing the scope of what was proposed in the long-term plan for that Oamaru on-demand service to also enable staff to look at the feasibility of extending that down to a connection to Dunedin, which might be either a service to Palmerston that picks up the existing Route 1 or the extension of an entire service. So D just slightly increases the scope of what we consulted on in terms of that Oamaru service.
So that would come back as a paper through the public transport.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, I mean, these things all have some budget allocated to them, but we would still need to confirm them through council. And we've talked a lot about ensuring anything we do in the public transport space is appropriately budgeted for, so we don't end up in another deficit position down the track. So you can expect to be seeing a lot about these sorts of things and ensuring we have the right funding allocated.
So just to me, 390,000 is not a significant sum of money. I was wondering whether that should be going through the public transport committee, etc. Was a bit more detail around what we
No, so I'm comfortable it fits within the long-term plan as a level of service change, and we can speak to it now. The gross impact is 0.7% on rates. So it's an increase to services. It's not outside the scope of the public transport offering in Dunedin as a whole, or Dunedin and Queenstown, sorry, as a whole. So the decision could be made as part of the LTP process.
Can we see what E is? Because we don't have any on
I'll
our
just
paper.
ask this person here. I can do that. Apologies.
Maybe we don't have any.
Yeah.
There's actually two. There's an E. There's two other shadowed motions.
Oh, that was Tim's train one.
No, one from Elliot and one from myself.
Oh, right.
that are separate to that will be added to those.
And the other thing, can I confirm under C for the trails and tracks and trails? So the submission, so we got in there to allocate 50,000 a year to the long-term plan. I think the submission was for year one. Is that correct?
I think that's right. I recall.
I think the submission was
So they had a submission for $50,000. I think my assumption is it was year one they're asking for it, and then there was a secondary request for a contestable fund of $500,000.
And I understand that. I think they're asking the DCC for a similar amount.
I think they were.
Yeah,
That's correct.
Would it be pertinent or not pertinent if we were to approve that funding to have provision that is matched by DCC? On it, if we go together, is that not what it is?
I would suggest you either fund it or not put caveats on it. That would be my suggestion. You can. I'm not saying you can't do that. I just think my recommendation would be you either choose to or not, and they would have to cut their cloth accordingly if they got funding or not from the various parties.
Thank you.
Councillor Meffin, then Councillor Wilson.
Yes, I would like to provide some notice of a motion, and it is around the scoping study into rail. So would that be, are we down to G now, are we, in terms of?
No, have you got the words of that, and could you send that through to Trudy?
Yep, okay, I'll write them out.
If you just send it through to Trudy at governance will be great, and then when we get down to that, if we need to pause while that's still coming through, we'll pause them. Thank you. Right, any more questions? Kate, yes, I've got Kate coming. Yep.
It's an interesting debate hearing about the Sunday and public holiday one. Having just decided to apportion 20% plus increase, I know we didn't increase the number of people getting rated, but we've 20% of that 390,000 will then go generally rated, and it ups the figure that we've consulted on potentially. Is that right?
I could step in here. That 390.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the 390. Yeah, would go on to that. So it'll go into the normal PT mix. Yep.
And so 20% of it, yeah, okay, but it could be half that, in which case it won't be. It'll be diddly squat. Okay.
Yeah, we don't. I'm not
Richard,
100% sure whether there'd be whether that 390 is gross or net of Waka Kotahi funding. So if there was Waka Kotahi funding on the 390, then it would be half that.
Yeah. Richard, is this where I put in that request staff to complete a review of options for the allocation of the public transport targeted rates and report back in time for the 25-26 annual plan?
Yeah, I just had that down as a wrap up at the end, but you can.
Okay, wrap it at the end. That's fine. Sorry, I can't keep up.
No. I was going to say you could just drop it in here now. So I'll just send that wording through to governance, and that can become Q or R or whatever we've managed to get up to.
Comfortable with that, Kate?
Yeah, it's just that we didn't finish that discussion yesterday.
You're comfortable with that? We'll do that now.
Yep.
Lloyd, do we have any information on the anticipated costs of A, B, D?
Existing budgets.
So A says within proposed expenditure. B is within the allocation that was already provided in the consultation document. Lorraine, jump in if I'm not quite getting this wrong. What was the other one? Sorry, D is part of that feasibility for the Oamaru service, which we budgeted for as well.
So that's correct, and I think it was 200,000 for the upper Clutha, 50,000, and then 200,000. The 50,000 for the C wasn't included, but it would be within the program. The year two recommendation was to allow us to get some, I guess, some policy around how the allocations would be made. But yeah, I think the request was for year one, but we felt because it was a new policy, we would need to give you, so, you know, agree a framework. And then the Oamaru one, that's what we were saying there. We have provision, which actually is just under 2 million for the 3 years, and that was for that was based on PT services within Oamaru, but we were saying we would look to amend that to include the connection, as Richard talked about before, but also just to note that we clearly communicated in the consultation document that all of these proposals were subject to receiving, you know, attracting FAR or getting the NZTA subsidy on the proposals.
Thank you, Lorraine.
So the proposed business case for the Upper Clutha does not include actually having a bus on the road, just the business case. Right?
So the feedback we got was that they didn't want another trial.
Yep.
There's been 2 trials. Let's just get on with either putting a service on or not. In order for us to put on a service that receives Whakatahi NZTA subsidies, we would need to go through the business case process. So what staff are proposing is we flag the trial and we get into that case to prove or otherwise that it is justified to receive that funding.
Thank you. I'm just really conscious that, you know, 0.7% becomes 0.2, becomes another point here and another point there, and we just start to creep up. And, you know, I'm just really conscious that we've had a pretty good run so far, and at some stage we have to draw a line in the sand.
And I'll just remind Councillor Sue that all of this public transport spend is predicated on co-funding, of which we are still waiting for certainty through the National Land Transport Fund. And we have already explored through the Public and Active Transport Committee the risk that exists with the changes to the government policy statement on transport. So there may well be some things to come back to the committee at some point.
That would be with the exception of if the Saturday Rising.
That's
May not be funded.
My comment was just generally around everything. There's a lot of there's a lot of information that we need still from Whakatahi on funding. It'll be up to you to discuss that with the mover as to whether you want to make that extension to Saturdays, Sunday, Mondays, subject to co-funding, or whether you expect us just to do that regardless, on the understanding that it could cost up to 390 per annum, depending on any subsidy received.
That definitely would give me a level of comfort that because otherwise we're creating a precedent that we're with the public transport to go beyond the co-funded services.
Just in terms of all this point, it's almost debate.
Interesting what you think, yes. Andrew. Yeah, Lloyd, we'll hold that as a debate as that motion comes. But good point. You'll note that 32 we have some additional foreshadowed motions that have been added. And if you just take time on those screens to look at those, and I would try to read them out, but there's some of them away.
Can I just...
You haven't left any behind.
No, we've done it. The last buses just scooted around, and we had a trailer on to get everyone on board. It was that popular.
Can I just check with Councillor Meffam around G? We would need that defined. So I'm reading the submission that asked for their approximations in terms of rating within a certain distance of train stations. I would suggest that we don't go down that path. That's far too much work for our staff to create a new rating area specifically for this project. I think if we're going to fund it, we just fund it.
Look, I think they were.
So the
what they were saying is there was a.
Was that 66?
66. Yeah.
Yeah.
is that?
I think they had mentioned that the funding study was at 170,000 and they were wanting a contribution to that.
Yeah, the calculations they've done were that Otago's contribution would be 66,000 off that 172.
Okay. Yeah.
What I'm suggesting is that if that's what you think, that's what we should give them.
Yes.
And my suggestion is, given it's a scoping study, and it runs through both. Well, it runs through Belcrutha, Dunedin, is that it's just general rate funded as a scoping study, and any future decisions on investment into that are made at a later date.
This isn't Belcrutha, is it?
Keep it
So it's
simple.
not. I don't think it's Belcrutha.
Otago, Southland, and Canterbury. So they're talking about commuter rail between Invercargill and Christchurch.
Yeah.
The motion doesn't reflect that.
The motions that in a Dunedin, which is not what the scoping study was asking about.
No.
It is something in the FDS, but that's a whole separate thing.
Sorry, Tim. I thought you would. Yeah, the request they made at the hearings was for a contribution to the Southerner. There wasn't they were promoting the re-establishment of rail as for PT within Dunedin, but didn't make any requests for us in that sense. So that's my mix up.
Maybe mine as well, actually. But I certainly would still like this motion. Well, I mean, I don't want to throw a cat amongst the pigeons or anything like that, but it was my interpretation of what they were presenting. I'll leave it there. If nobody seconds it, then that's fine.
That's fine.
Thank you. Right, if we move through, so if you look at E, and there's probably some questions I need to ask of staff before that I may just remove that, having read A, having further read B and D. So the intent of E, after what we had moved on public transport in yesterday to fund public transport 80% targeted and 20% Otago wide, I believe that should be reflected if we are in fact working on services in other areas that currently don't have them. So the intent of E was to reflect that motion when we are looking at B and D. But however, for clarity, we have B is an Upper Clutha public transport business case to be included in the long-term plan instead of a proposed trial. Richard, how is that currently going to be funded? Is that out of an existing budget, an existing general rate budget, or will that be a specific budget to that area?
Nick, can you advise on that one?
Yeah, so you got to remember the Upper Clutha or the Wanaka trial was put in there, and we had all of Wanaka rolling into the district-wide rate. So we'd proposed, or what was included in the estimates for the CD was that all of that was funded via the new district-wide rate. So now we haven't gone to a district-wide rate. There is no actual funding targeted rate area for Wanaka. But having said that, it's not actually delivering a service or a trial. It's now switched to being a business case, which can be put into the planning activity, which is 100% general rate funded, which is where the previous trials were funded from for Wanaka. So from that point of view, that'll switch back to being 100% general rate funded. Won't have an overall impact on total rates, because although the rates are different, the amount of total rates will stay the same. But yeah, Wanaka, or the Upper Clutha business case would be general rate funded. Oamaru would still be, whatever's going on there would still be on the same basis as what we put in the proposal, which is that that it will still be 80-20, like you've put there in number E, or in clause E. But again, there's no we never defined a mapped area for just around Oamaru. What we were saying was that Oamaru service was going to be funded over the entire Waitaki district, and without an alternative mapped area, then we'd have to stick with that, and then potentially, if we wanted to, come back and redefine it as a different area through the first annual plan.
Yeah, right. So my question on that one is not intended to change that mapped area, because that was consulted on. So 80% would be targeted to that area, and 20% would be region wide.
Yeah, we didn't specifically cover those in the resolutions yesterday around transport, but given that we didn't cover off or do any resolutions to say that we weren't going with what was in the proposal, we would keep it that way. And the other PP networks, so Dunedin and Queenstown, are both going with the 80-20. So yeah, definitely for the services that go in, like Oamaru, Balclutha, when they're actual services, they would be based on an 80-20 targeted general split.
So actually I don't need E, so we can delete that. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, it's just a matter of whether you can have it there for belts and braces so that it's noted and everybody can, be clear on it. But yeah, that's how it would work. But so the only thing with E is Upper Clutha, the business case won't be the 80-20. Oamaru will be 80-20. In B, what's happening in B will turn B into 100% general rate funded.
Thank you, Nick. We'll just delete B. We're comfortable with the explanation. Thank you, much appreciated. Comfortable. Right, let's start. Kate, sorry.
Yeah, you just raised, or inadvertently raised, a really interesting point there. And we love the local government commission, but he said we rate the rest of Waitaki. We won't, because half of Waitaki is actually in ECAN. And it just occurs to me on the Oamaru situation, it is still a centre for the whole Waitaki, but we can't have reach over the boundary. And it's just understanding how well we're working with ECAN and their trials and everything they've got, and ensuring that there's a joined up connection in the whole Waitaki district, so that the connections between Omarama and Otamatata and Paizo and everything and Oamaru, while they go through a boundary, we're not using that boundary in the way, getting that in the way.
No, Kate, it's very much the same as yesterday when Councillor Scott tried to rate Kure out and we wouldn't let him do it. But in reality, if this trial is successful,
I appreciate that.
If our trial is successful, part of that whole scoping will be the involvement of the Waitaki District Council, and looking at the ability and the need to charge the rest of that rating area right up through their boundaries. So that they will be party to that study, I'm sure. So, and they're very keen to be part of the study. So I'm sure that will become part of the overall funding package.
Well,
the
trial should be.
Kate, could you wait?
Yeah.
So Richard's trying
to have a good relationship with our PT providers that run out of ECAN as well. So those discussions about what makes sense in terms of a connected network would happen at a staff level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Point well made. So let's go to, if we're comfortable, that's questions over. Let's go start with minor adjustments to timetabling. Council directs council staff to make the following adjustments to the draft long-term plan 2024-2034, detailed on page 6.1.2 and including A. So we're going to take each one as we go. So A, minor adjustments of timetabling of Route 1 Palmerston weekend service accommodated within proposed expenditure. Can we have a mover for that? I'm going to move that from the chair and seconded from the other person got a wee bit to do with up that area, Councillor Noon. Discussion. We'll put that motion.
Yes.
All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Against? Carried. Yep. Yep, right. B, an Upper Clutha passenger transport business case be included in the long-term plan 2024-2034 instead of the proposed trial.
In which year, please?
Question from Kate Wilson.
In which year, please? Or is it just the same year that the...
This year one, Lauren?
Yeah, so currently we are working with QLDC on a Wanaka optimization business case that they're doing. So there's a little bit of coverage of PT in that, and we'd be waiting to, I guess, to get the outcome of that. But it can start from year one. But obviously, we would need now to scope up a business case and contract and arrange all of that.
I think it'd be really good in comms to be messaging that's in the first year or so. I think people were probably put off by the comms that we did do that suggested it was going to be later, the trial.
Yeah, Councillor Wilson, I agree with your sentiments, and there's two parts to that. One is that communication, I would assume, would explain the need for the business case to gain our funding from NZTA, and also to illustrate what Lorraine has just said to us, that we are working in tandem with the TA to ensure that we are getting or maximising the opportunities for that area. So, and that's already, that process is beginning. So you're absolutely correct, the communications will be key. Thank you. Right, so have we got someone that is comfortable to move B?
I'll second.
We're just going to go Councillor Forbes, Councillor McCall. Discussion. You've got your hand up to discuss, Kate, or? Perfect, thank you. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Against? Carried. Yeah, of course, sorry. Stop me. Just we've got to take a wee bit of time between each because we've got to readjust our screens here to record all these happenings. So C is allocate 50,000 in year 2 of the long-term plan 2024 for potential sponsorship of the activity outlined in Dunedin Tracks and Trails submission or other activity that would deliver on the public and active transport connectivity strategy. Moved Councillor Noon. We seconded for Councillor Weir, seconds that motion.
Can I just make
discussion?
Just one comment. I think that the presentation we heard verbally and obviously written comments as well, that they are working really, really hard as a volunteer organisation, making a lot of progress in terms of their overall objectives, creating that connectivity for active transport. But they alluded to the potential, and I think it's already happening, is the biodiversity benefits of getting more numbers of people out on these remote areas and actually doing something for the environment as well, and some of the enhancement work that they're doing in terms of controlling pest weeds, etc. So in terms of sponsorship from this organisation, I think it's a win-win if we're prepared to back this organisation, we effectively have an environmental benefit as well, not only achieving active transport.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? We will use that as your closing. Oh, sorry. You comfortable? Yeah, we'll use that as your closing remarks, Councillor Noon. So all those in favour of C, all those in favour?
Yes.
Against? Carried. We go now to D, investigate within existing one-year forecast budgets the feasibility of incorporating an Oamaru Dunedin service within the Oamaru 2 and 3-year public transport trial. I'm very happy to move that. If I second that. Councillor Noon. Discussion. As a patient in the Dunedin Eye Clinic on a Thursday, about 18 months ago, I think it was, because I couldn't turn up here. Even though I only had one eye operating, I could count at least 15 Oamaru people sitting there that all had to find various ways of getting back to Oamaru because they couldn't drive. I was very fortunate. My wife came with me, but we couldn't put the 15 of those people in our car. So I think it's something, connectivity, we're talking about connectivity, we're looking at 80% on of rating, which the issue I have around that is the connectivity level needs to be increased to make sure that that is a fair burden. I think this is an important service. It's an exceptionally important part of Otago, and let's get the service underway and certainly trial it and find the best solutions for these people. Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, we'll put motion D, recommendation D. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Against? Carried. Right, now E is, sorry, thank you. E is extend the Saturday timetable to apply to all Sunday and public holidays for public transport in Dunedin and Queenstown. Have we a mover for that motion? Councillor Ware, a seconder, Councillor Forbes.
I just have one thing to say.
You've got 5 minutes. I'd allow you 5 minutes.
It's just
no one's breached that yet.
I think it doesn't make sense for Dunedin because I think it already is. The Queenstown, I mean, I think the Queenstown bit of that is redundant. I was just checking it because I saw it before, but it won't make any material difference. Right, sorry. Yeah, I think the Queenstown bit of that's redundant. I think it's already this Saturday. The timetables are the same all the way through.
So from the chair, excuse me, wait, listen. So from the chair, if the mover and seconder are comfortable that that issue is already accommodated, they could remove the Queenstown word from that motion.
It's not material, is it? No, leave it as it is. Happy, just in case there's anything wrong. But I think that is just trying to
just clarify. I know we're in under that. I think you could get a clarification from Lorraine here around. Is there a different timetable on Sunday and public holidays in Queenstown to what the standard Saturday timetable is?
So no, my understanding is there isn't in Queenstown, and we did the calculations on the Dunedin network. That's certainly true of routes 1 and 2, but I could double check. But in essence, I'm pretty sure that it is the same timetable.
Can I make a suggestion then that given that we're fairly confident, and if that is the case, then there's no extension to be made, so it's fine. If it's not, and the intent is that it should, leave it in there, because we can go away and do that work, and if we find it's not the case on all routes, then this gives us an instruction to go and correct that. So that's really up to the moving seconder as to what the intent of it is, but there's no harm having it there if in fact we already run Saturdays on poll tables on Sunday and poll day, because it just means we won't be extending it because it's
That's right. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I just didn't want people to think that we didn't even know what our service was. I'm pretty sure it's right. So no harm done. It's there and it can stay there.
Thank you for the clarity. We have Councillor Scott.
Yes, I think it is material because it's been costed on the basis of Dunedin only, 390,000. And so the assumption is that Queenstown's not in, and there is no Queenstown cost. If that assumption's incorrect, then the 390 will increase, and that certainly will have some impact on my thoughts. I'm also, already trying to consider whether NZTA are going to stump up and do a contribution as well. So it becomes a little bit difficult, certainly for me, in terms of what I'm actually voting for, other than a principle. And I do believe in the principle, but nevertheless, thank you.
Sorry,
Councillor Robinson.
could I please ask a question, which I think standing orders allow staff, is that it's predicated on the business case being approved, or are we just going to do it anyway?
So that's correct. We have provision through the business case for extending services in Queenstown anyway. So as Councillor Forbes mentioned before, and I have been trying to get confirmation from the staff even before this came up, but that's my understanding, that the Sunday timetable for Queenstown is the same as the Saturday. But when we introduce the new services, which are part of the long-term plan for the first 3 years, we would be able to do that through that provision that we've got. So it wouldn't be a financial impact in the same way that it is potentially for Dunedin. And of course, we have far fewer routes in Queenstown to extend the services on. So it wouldn't have a material impact on much above the 390, if in fact we are incorrect, but I don't believe we are.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. My question is not very well worded, obviously. It is if we vote yes on this one, we're voting yes no matter what, or let's say Dunedin didn't get partnership funding.
So the way it's worded is we are doing it.
Committed. Yep.
And that was the basis of the advice for the $390,000.
Yeah.
So just confirming that comment is that this motion, the way it is shaped, if we do not get NZTA funding, we are still going ahead and our total impost will be in the vicinity of 390,000. Councillor McCall. Councillor McCall, then Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I have some difficulty with this one. I fully understand the reasonings behind it, but having said that, right now, I think the public transport sector is getting a pretty good deal at this stage around the table, but I'm really, really uncomfortable that we set a precedent that all of a sudden we're going to jump out of business as usual per se to jump into upfront financing public transport without the support of the NZTA or Whakatahi offset 51%. So I cannot support this one at this stage.
Richard.
I support those words of Councillor McCall. I believe this is a good initiative with a good intent. However, I think that similar to a lot of other proposals we've discussed, this is something that we need to have some good facts and figures around. That's what a business case does. So it's a good process. You look at how do I get the best bang for my buck, essentially. Is this the best way to invest it? I think it probably does stack up, but I don't know that for sure. I don't know how much investing in a Sunday, for example, compares with investing with other areas, for example. So I think we all want the best from our system, but is the timing right at this moment? I don't think it is, but I do think that we should investigate this option. Yeah.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm of a similar view. I'm going to first principles. It'd be good that we had a consistent system that provided for every day of the year. And the fact that we have a different service in Queenstown and we have in Dunedin apparently concerns me. But I don't think the long-term plan process is quite the right one. And I share the concerns that Councillor McCall and Robertson just said. Having said that, because the regional passenger transport plan timing is fraught, my view would be that this would be a better motion to include the funding of $390,000 in the long-term plan, so and consider these services through the regional transport management plan, and then you'll know if you get the co-funding. That is a better process. We're picking winners here without having a due process, even though they've been submitted on. And so that's I've got real concerns with this particular motion and the way it's worded. And sorry, Elliot did give us, I think, all time to consider it, and I've only just been able to quite work out why I think it's not quite the right wording, but it is possibly the right intent.
Question. I have a question for Mr. Donnelly, that if we include the 390,000 in our long-term plan, will we have to rate for it?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Summerall.
Thank you. Look, I'm reflecting on our decision making as the previous speakers have been too. And though I certainly support the intention of that, and the intention, the result being, in my understanding, to make sure there are later nighttime services available on all days, to that effect. Thinking about our decision making, and I guess there have been examples in the past when perhaps some of us have wished to make decisions without having that full information. And I wouldn't want to set that precedent of doing that here. So whether it's possible, whether the mover and the seconder would be interested in changing this to investigate or seek further information, I'm not sure. But I think that decision-making process is actually very important to make sure it's a good decision-making process. And I think we haven't got as much information as we would need to have yet.
Thank you, Councillor Summerall. Councillor Scott.
Nothing at this point.
Thank you. I just saw your hand up and down. So, Councillor Noon.
Yeah, I was going to, my opening line was going to be, I reluctantly support this. However, listening to the conversation, I've been convinced that this is sort of like the icing on the cake, so to speak, once you've got a level of service in an area. And we seem to be wanting to run before we can actually walk and deliver a baseline of service that sort of generally meets the not only local community, but we're reaching out further as well. So I think this is sort of something that we should delay committing to until further down the track, until we've done some more work in connecting the wider region.
Any further comments? I'm going to come back to you. So, yeah, I realise that. Yeah. Right. So I'm just before we go to back to the mover. Look, there's two parts that I am concerned about, and that is the lack of clarity around the effectiveness of the service. I understand there's a need, but is this the best type of service? And we heard that the cost is approximately 390,000 and that the fair return will be insignificant. And I am completely aware that bus services, as a general rule, we've got to subsidise somewhere. But I just wonder, because it is a Sunday and a public holiday service, perhaps if we're doing a business case study, a model similar to what Timaru operates as their full service may be the appropriate type service for those two occasions. And there may be providers within our community that could do that, on a Sunday or whatever through us. So I need more information. Councillor Weir.
First of all, if anyone wants to move, an amendment to make that contingent on the NZTA co-funding, I'm very amenable to that. Or to make a movement for it to be a paper that comes back to us on this. But frankly,
sorry, as a mover,
yes.
you could, and after hearing this discussion, but as a mover, you could ask your seconder to make those slight amendments now because they're within the scope of the motion.
Yeah, if someone else wants to move that, I don't know if that has the support around it or if it's worth me changing that. This is what I'd like. If someone else is willing to vote this only if it's contingent on the NZTA co-funding, then please move that amendment, and I'll fully support that. But as it stands, it doesn't sound like that is the one and only sticking issue for anyone, so I won't move that amendment as it stands. But a weekly timetable sounds like Alex maybe has other thoughts there. Well,
I was just thinking of what Kate was saying is probably the sensible way forward. No, maybe not. I don't know about getting it into the PT transport plan. Not sure. I don't think we're going to get it through as it is. That's for sure. So I think we need to make some sort of amendment. I'm just not sure what that amendment needs to be.
Yeah, I don't know either. I sent this out, a week ago, and if anyone had those concerns, they could have investigate before something, and I could have amended it well ahead of time. But I don't know. Do we want? I'll finish my spiel. And do you want to amend it before I continue?
Given that
Sorry. We're either going to we're either going to if you wish us to adjourn to reshape, I'm happy to adjourn, but otherwise we need you to speak to the motion that has been put. So I'm very comfortable to adjourn for you to.
Yeah, let's adjourn.
Yeah.
I'll move it.
Moved Councillor Robertson, seconded Councillor McCall, since I missed him last time. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Against? Thank you.
35.
motions back up on the table.
There will be a really good argument about the difference between Queenstown and Dunedin. There's quite a lot. Just need to come together.
Welcome back and thank you. We are now on recommendation 32E. That council directs staff to make the following adjustments to the draft long-term plan 2434 detailed on paper 6.1.2 and including, and we're on recommendation E, extend the Saturday timetable to apply to all Sunday and public holidays for public transport in Queenstown and Dunedin, in Dunedin and Queenstown. And we are with Councillor Weir giving his closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the adjournment and discussion. Listen, our weekly timetable has a small gap, and it's a small gap that makes our bus system untenable for many users or potential future users, and in many cases will leave them relying on a car throughout the week. That gap is Sunday evenings and throughout the year certain public holidays where we either run a public, or all public holidays where we either run a public a Sunday service or we don't run buses at all. So most of our routes normally end around 10 p.m, 11 p.m. But on Sundays, those routes end far earlier. My route home on a Sunday, the last bus leaves at 5:46 p.m. And I spend a lot of time talking to community groups that might meet in town on a Sunday afternoon or evening, restaurant workers that rely on the buses and finish their shifts at 8 p.m. Or even 6 p.m, 5 days a week. And if they get rostered on a Sunday, they can't take the bus in and out of work, when otherwise they would rely on it any other day of the week. On public holidays, I think people deserve to go into town or the suburbs and see their families and friends on public holidays, whether or not they have a car. In terms, recently I caught the bus into town on a Sunday and there was no bus home. Lucky enough to have enough money to take an Uber home. I know that many people can't afford to take an Uber home. Asked the Uber driver if it was any busier than usual out of curiosity. And he told me that most of the Uber drivers he knew keep their Sunday evenings free to work because it's usually extra busy. And they didn't really know why. I think I have a suspicion why. This is, to me, this isn't necessarily even about increasing a level of service. Obviously it is, but to me, I see it more of completing the level of service we're currently offering. It's both going to have a meaningful impact on patronage and those numbers, as well as being a principle I think we can all agree to get people home, most times of the day, on every day of the week. The budget impact is just under 400k, as we've established. Sounds like a big number, but that's less than a 1% increase on the public transport budget alone, and a 0.7 increase on the overall average rates. And that's assuming we don't get co-funding. I know it all adds up, but this is a relatively minor increase for something that will really boost our service, will make a tangible difference in the lives of many who are currently struggling. And we've approved a lot today that we have less information of than the information that we've got on this. I'm begging my colleagues to trust someone who uses the buses that there is an acute need for this, and it is the lowest of the lowest hanging fruit for us in our public transport. Yeah.
With that, we will put the motion. Those in favour?
Call for a division.
We'll call a division.
Councillor Forbes?
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher?
No.
Councillor Laws? Councillor Malcolm?
No.
Councillor McCall,
No.
Councillor Metham,
Yes.
Councillor Noon,
No.
Councillor Robertson,
No.
Councillor Scott,
Yes.
Councillor Somerville,
No.
Councillor Weir,
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
No.
No.
Motion, so that is 4 in favour, 7 against. Motion failed.
Motion fails. Will carry to item to recommendation F, that council approves a contribution to the scoping study looking into the re-establishment of commuter rail between Mosgiel and Dunedin and Port Chalmers to Dunedin.
Kevin, just before we move into this, can we just put that figure in there of 66,000?
Look, my understanding, Tim, my understanding is that scoping study that we have been asked is in relation to a scoping study of a southerner transport system from Christchurch to Invercargill, and that was a figure of, I think, $172,000, of which the three authorities were being asked to put a percentage to, and I'm being directed to that on a page by my learned colleague, Councillor Somerville, so I'm not...
Yes. So look, if you can, there was two parts to that. There was, yes, a scoping study to look at that, the re-establishment of that passenger service between Christchurch and Invercargill. But there was also a scoping study to outline the possibilities of future commuter rail services in Dunedin, and they did mention Christchurch, but it's the Dunedin that I'm more interested in. So yes, you're correct. There was, excuse me, two aspects to it. So the motion's based around that second scoping study around commuter rail services in the Dunedin area. The figure of 66k it could be 50k, but we need to put a figure in there. This motion hasn't been seconded yet. It may not get off the ground. So, but if we could put 66k in there for the sake of seeking a seconder. And also, I think we need to put a time in there too, because this is a 10-year plan, and I don't want this to head out into the never never and be done in year 9. But year 1 of the plan is, we need to include that in the motion as well.
Look, I'm just going to take a wee adjournment because I think we just need to discuss. There's two parts of this. One is where the request for the 66 was and I will need to go to the page Councillor Somerville's pointed out to me, and so I'll need to get that on the screen. That is one study that is proposed, but I think what you've worded there is a separate study to that $66,000. So I'm going to ask for a slight adjournment just at the moment.
Yep. Could you do that without cutting us off?
So they
No, but what we might do is we'll ring you straight on your phone and talk to you directly and have you on.
Good. Okay. Yeah.
Right, just give us a wee moment to do that, because I'll just have a quick yarn with CE and then come straight to you. Thank you. Moved Councillor Noon, seconded Councillor Forbes. Those in favour? Yes. The adjournment. Thank you. Yeah. Right, we are back in action.
I was waiting for your call, Kevin. It never came.
Yeah, I forgot your number. You weren't on the speed dial, mate, so I had to look it up. So now we're back in action, and we have done what you've requested. And if you look at now F.
Yeah, look, in terms of, I'm just wondering if to align this with the original proposal, I'm happy to put in there the scoping study, including that Christchurch and Invercargill passenger service. There was so if can we add that in? So that then equates to that full 66K, and also the funding proposal that was put to us by Save Our Trains, Otipoti, Dunedin.
Right, Tim, I'm gonna do something quite dramatic here, and that I'm going to add, and I just can't see that. Council approves a contribution to the scoping study proposed by Save Our Trains, Otipoti, Dunedin, comma of. Now that incorporates, so that is actually page, I haven't got it, but that is, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, it was page 168 of the submission booklet that we had.
It's
yeah,
a third of the cost.
We'd have a third. Oh, yes, but the cost. Oh, a third
Yeah,
of
so
a,
it's
oh, third of
reliant
a
on
third.
other partners.
It's across 3 regional councils.
Yeah. So if you read their submission, that's what it does cover that within there. So we are saying that we're going to put this and see where it goes. Council approves a contribution to the scoping study proposed by Save Our Trains, Otipoti, Dunedin of 66,000 in year 1 of the long-term plan, including looking at the re-establishment of commuter rail between Mosgiel and Dunedin and Port Chalmers to Dunedin.
Yep, that'll be good.
Comfortable? Mover?
Comfortable with that. I'll agree.
So what we need now is a seconder for that motion. Have we a seconder?
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. Discussion.
Okay, can I kick this off? So
absolutely, you may.
Righto. So look, we had a good presentation by Save Our Trains, Otipoti, Dunedin. We've got an existing rail infrastructure that is significantly underutilised. We've got tracks that can be used immediately. We've got railway stations established. And this adds another option for public transport other than solely bus transport. I think one of the figures they gave us in the 1980s, there was 20 trains using the line. Now we've got 4 each way. There's plenty of capacity here. So look, I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor No.
This is a bit like the previous motion in my view, is that once again, this will be a nice to have, do the scoping study, etc. And I accept what comments have been made, particularly from the submitters, and they're passionate about having, the railway passenger service or Southern up and running, and also, the connectivity via rail between Port Chalmers, Dunedin, Mosgiel, Dunedin, etc. But once again, I think, we're just trying to do too much too soon. And also I feel we have concentrated on lifting our performance in the passenger transport space, and we're on a significant investment process with passenger transport by way of the bus service in Dunedin and Queenstown, and looking further afield across the region as well. So I just feel we're just going to spread ourselves too thin. It could eventually, and particularly I'm referring, I suppose, the rail connection between Dunedin, Port Chalmers, Dunedin and Mosgiel potentially will sort of shoot ourselves in the foot to a certain degree, because we'll get X amount of the current bus users possibly preferring to use rail. So I just don't think we're ready for this yet.
Councillor Scott, then Councillor Robertson.
At the end of the day, this is a study. It'll provide information. It may even provide information to assist PT. But I accept that certainly in that Dunedin urban area, our initial focus needs to be on getting PT to a certain standard, and who knows from there. But the reason I've seconded this motion, and I'm a bit disappointed the words actually that it's not specifically said. It is in terms of the Save Our Trains Otapoti Dunedin. You know, I'm there for the broader perspective of linking with Southland, linking with Canterbury, and not forgetting about that we have invested over time in a train infrastructure, and this is an opportunity to, you know, is it timely? Can we do more? Can we do less? And at the end of the day, it's 66,000 for a study, relatively insignificant in terms of overall expenditure. And I think it will provide some useful information. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. Yeah, we're in a space, I think, where there is a desperate need for public transport, and we're talking about public transport here because we're a regional council and that's what we do, that's what our remit is. So there'd have to be a really good case for this fitting in a public transport network. We do already have public transport services to Mosgiel and Port Chalmers. The wider issue of interregional transport isn't something that we've discussed and given enough thought to be able to come to the conclusion that we should do a feasibility on trains at this point. This is reliant on other partners stumping up with feasibility study money as well. The 66,000 isn't standalone, so this would commit us to 66,000, but wouldn't do the whole job. And yeah, I just think we're in an environment where we're getting messages nationally that actually maintaining the funding that we've got for key services is not a given. You know, we constantly adding more to our, I think Councillor Noon has just voiced this, but actually we're in a fight to maintain what we've got, maintaining a really good public transport system, and adding to that has to be really well thought through and really, really good case for that. So yeah, I don't think this is what I would prioritise at this point.
Councillor Somerville.
Another big sigh. There's a whole lot of uncertainties in here, and though I would be delighted to see rail locally and regionally, I think there's too many uncertainties, and it's going back to the point I made about the previous motion. I think we need more information, and I don't want that to be seen as just a way of delaying things. But I hope that we would be able to find a way to receive more information, so to be able to make a decision on what is the scope of the scoping study, those other funding partners, where would that lead us, so that we can continue this through. But I believe we're not ready to do that right today. Thank you.
Further discussion? Oh, sorry. Yep.
Awesome. Probably going to abstain on this one because it is a little tricky with a study that relies on other regional councils coming into it and not having the confidence there and that level of detail, and I don't get the same sense of urgency I do with this that I do with the previous motion. That being said, I'm not going to vote against it. On principle, I do think this area is an area we do need to be looking into, and I just wanted to note that commuter rail between Mosgiel and Dunedin and Port Chalmers and Dunedin is mentioned in the recently released future development strategy for Dunedin. And so I'm hoping as a regional council and working with the city council, that is something we can investigate and pursue. Very supportive of that. And then when it comes to that wider regional route across the southerner and that kind of stuff, within our strategic climate action plan, one of the potential actions that has been written up as a potential action is investigating interregional public transport between those regions and what that could look like, and whether that's worth starting as a train or starting as bus routes first and going, transitioning from that, are all things that I'd really like us to look at and as soon as possible. So very excited for us to be heading in this direction, but I suspect we will not get there today. So, understanding.
Further discussion? We will put the motion.
Do I get it? Can I just say something further?
Sorry, I have heard.
It's Tim here. I moved it. Do I get the right reply?
Right, I'll reply, Mr. Meffin. My apologies.
Thank you very much. No, that's good. Look, this is just a scoping study. I mean, do we need to have more information to establish a scoping study, which is establishing information in the first place? So I'll just put that to you. I mean, for it to be successful, it's going to involve 3 regional councils as well. So look, it's a step in establishing a study. We're reaching out to others to see if they've got a similar sort of mindset around this. It's not committing council to anything other than if the other regional councils want to be involved. It is 66,000. It's reaching out. It's a message in the right direction. So look, happy for it to be put to the vote. Thank you.
Can I make a point of clarification? Just the way this motion's worded, is it contingent on those other regions funding?
No.
Okay.
No. And that was that's been consistent with the way we've done other motions. Yeah. Right. Thank you, Councillor Meffin. We'll put the motion. Division is called.
Councillor Forbes?
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher?
No.
Councillor Laws? Councillor Laws? Councillor Malcolm?
No.
Councillor McCall?
No.
Councillor Metham?
Yes.
Councillor Noon?
No.
Councillor Robertson?
No.
Councillor Scott?
Yes.
Councillor Somerville?
No.
Councillor Weir? Councillor Wilson?
I'm not taking part.
Apologies.
Yep.
Noted. So that is 3 in favour, 6 against, 2 abstentions. Motion carried.
Motion fails. We'll move to.
Mine was not an abstention. I pulled back from the table.
No, that's noted. Thank you. Appreciate it. We go to G. Request that staff complete a review of options for the allocation of public transport targeted rates and report back in time for the 25-26 annual plan.
So I will just jump in just for clarity. This is the one we discussed yesterday. Councillor Wilson raised. I said we'd do it at the end. We've pulled it in to do it as part of the overall transport series of motions. So it was off the back of the conversation we had about district-wide targeted rates for public transport yesterday.
Happy to second Councillor Wilson's motion.
Are you moving that, Councillor Wilson?
I am.
Got second. We have a seconder, Councillor Noon. Discussion.
Do you want me to speak to it?
If you think you need to, yes, this is your opportunity. Yep, thank you.
I don't think I totally heard from the community that we didn't get it right, and I understand the motion failing yesterday, but I still think we've got some work to do on this. It's interesting in Elliot's example, and he even used it himself, that the rates only went up 0.7%. That isn't quite correct because that's an average, and I don't think that that had been given just to the passenger transport rated people in Dunedin, and the effect that that would have on them. We put a lot of back on that small targeted group of people yesterday, and it really scares me to think what that effect is going to be. We need to fix something that isn't quite right. There's a whole lot of people that in Dunedin City do need to be included in that mapped area, and the same in Queenstown. So there's a lot of work to be done here, and it's going to be a tortuously big and heavy expense for especially those in Dunedin mapped area for this year, and we need to move on this fast to fix it for the second year of the annual plan.
Further discussions? So I'm going to ask the CEO a question on point of clarity. Mr. Saunders, do we need to, what is the budgetary implication of this motion?
Nothing.
Thank you. Any further discussion? We'll move the motion.
With respect, I don't know if that's correct. There's of course a budgetary implication of this.
No, because it'll be carried out within existing resources through
that's in itself.
team and the public transport team. So there's no further funding required to complete this work.
There's no further funding, but yesterday we had a discussion about staff.
Right. We are putting the motion now.
Even if it's incorrect.
That is not relevant to the motion. And the putter of that question is accepted the answer. Those in favour?
Yes.
Yes. Against?
Yes.
Delayed telecast from the moon. Thank you. Appreciate it. The motion is carried. We will now break for lunch for half an hour. We don't. You haven't used enough energy to have a whole hour of eating, so we'll be back at 12:50. Thank you.
No, that I won't be back at 12:50 as
I'm going to reschedule that silver stream for next week.
Oh, you have.
I'm going to.
Yeah. Thanks.
Can't get out of it that
You need to move it to.
Is that something you were going to?
I move it to adjourn.
Yep.
Councillor Forbes, second Councillor Weir. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those in favour, what was that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Using I for 35 years.
Welcome back. And welcome back online. We're just checking that we've got a quorum, which we have. Excellent. All set and ready. We are about to we're making one addition to the transport department, which will be a proposal, a recommendation 45. We're just going to put that in with the transport section because it is transport related, and that will just finish off the transport section. We will then go to 33, and then 33 we'll then do 39 and 40 because that again is under regional leadership strategic directions. Then we'll go from 34 through. So we have a motion, a foreshadowed motion from a motion now that Councillor Ware wishes to put, and I will read that out now. That Council recognises the need to address safety concerns and public confidence in the Dunedin bus hub and nighttime reliability across the bus networks. That is the motion proposed and is moved by Councillor Ware, seconded by Councillor Robertson. Councillor Ware, I'll get you to, if you wish to talk about, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, pretty self-explanatory, but this just gives that recognition to the community that we want to look at and address, obviously in light of the incident at the bus hub, but also around some of that discussion we were having earlier around buses, ghost buses not showing up for people at night and those people being left stranded out in the cold and stuff. And so this just signals that these are real concerns to us that we're looking at, recognises that formation of the working group that's been formed with DCC in place for the bus hub situation, and that we'll be looking towards that in the future, but we don't really have any concrete actions at the moment.
Cool. Excellent. The second I wish to talk.
I think that was really well voiced by Councillor Ware, and thank you for bringing forth this motion. Buses are an essential service, and renewing confidence in them and addressing the issues that we know are there is really important, and it's good that Councillor Ware has put this motion.
Councillor Noon.
Question for starters. What I don't fully understand, I understand the intent of the first part of it, but it looks like the second part of it, i.e. and nighttime reliability, is an attempt to make some sort of commitment to an earlier motion that failed. So my question is there any budgetary implications with the motion, in particular reference to the latter part of the motion?
Well, I'll do that in two parts. One will be first the budgetary, and then I will ask the mover of the motion to explain the intent of that last part. I'll go to budgetary constraints first.
So as it's written, there's no budgetary implications of that resolution in its own right. So I see it more as a signalling intent, but there's nothing in there that would lead to a change in the LTP as it's currently set out. It's that staff's view of it.
And with just following up on that, the way the motion reads is that recognises the need to address safety concerns. So I suppose it's worth, I can say it in my spiel, it's worth noting we're not starting from a baseline of no safety service being provided by this organisation and also the city along the road. So I just wondered, but I can make comment for that at the moment.
Yes. And just a bit of clarity for you on the last part of that motion, the nighttime reliability across the networks.
Yeah, just want to make clear that the my push for Sunday and public holiday stuff is unrelated to the last bus home safety concern issue. I mean, obviously they are, you know, connected in some ways, but the nighttime reliability isn't about the evenings, us extending level of service to the evenings or whatever. It's more those buses that are already scheduled that we've got, you know, throughout the week, when they don't show up and people are left stranded out in the cold and stuff. So the safety concerns and public confidence around that is just something I'm wanting us to recognise and then presumably think about doing something about. But and that's the discussion we had earlier around, you know, people calling that like a number and being able to get home safe.
Councillor McCall, did you have a question then? And I'm sorry I've gone out slightly out of the scope, but I did move this quite quickly and I should have given an opportunity for questions. Apologies.
Oh, no, I just what was going through my head is to address safety concerns, etc., but also to address nighttime reliability, because the assumption that we don't have reliability at nighttime per se. I just, you know, I don't know. Yeah.
Is that a question?
No, it's not a question.
Yeah.
Are we talking about? Well, my question is: are we talking about just the reliability of the bus service at night time, or the reliability across the whole network at all the time? Because
this is about safety concerns around that, because and it is specifically about those nighttime services where people get left out. There are real safety concerns about them getting home safe. This isn't about reliability of the network. Obviously, that's something we all care about, but that's not what this motion is addressing.
Right. We're now questions. We are now going into debate. Sorry. Yeah. So Tim.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I agree with the sentiment of the motion. I'm just trying to figure out whether it's just a message or whether it's a call to action. If it's a call to action, then it should be more specific about establishing nighttime reliability and establishing better safety. So it potentially needs to be reworded, I think.
Right. What I'm going to do, I'm now giving the mover of the motion the opportunity to talk to the motion. If there's no further discussion on the motion, I'll give them the opportunity, and then we'll put the motion, and the motion will either fail or not, and then we'll take it from there. So I'll give you, if you stick to the point of the motion, will be really good. Thank you, Councillor Weir.
This is not committing us to any actions or anything like that. It's like it says, recognising the need there. That's all it's doing. Yeah.
We will put the motion. No, we've had. Well, no, okay. You've led it. So we will have debate, and let's limit it to the intent of that motion and brevity.
Am I good?
Yep.
Yeah. So no, my comment is I understand the intent of the motion. I think we should have a need to address the safety concerns and public confidence in the Dunedin transport system per se, whether it be the hub or anywhere. I don't think we should be singling out the night time as a individual thing. I think we want to have a safe service for everybody at all times, and I think that's covered in the way it is operated, the way we're managing it now.
Thank you, Councillor Laws.
Thank you. I support the motion. It's really important the Otago Regional Council recognise our responsibility in this matter and the need to assure the travelling public of Dunedin in particular that they are safe. And this will be one of the finest disincentives to public transport were the current state of affairs to be continued. There are some tough discussions that we need to have, particularly with the Dunedin Police and what I regard as their inactivity on this matter, but also with the Dunedin City Council and the safety of their community as well. This recognises that there is an issue and that we need to do something about it. It's not mere words. It now demands of an action that follows it, and I will support the motion.
Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Moon.
I absolutely support this and will happily vote for it. Nighttime is far, far more important that people are safe. They won't be seen on the roads. I'm thinking of some of the bus stops around Queenstown where there aren't footpaths that will otherwise provide for a safe alternative. And without them being safe to be and seen, it is really, really problematic. So nighttime is actually much more important and should be highlighted as a safety concern. And considering in our climate, nighttime starts coming down about 4:30. If we're lucky, it's light enough that late. We really need to be concentrating on this stuff. Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Yeah, I support the motion. I think this is what you strive to do to have a fit for purpose passenger transport service, whether it's in Queenstown or Dunedin or wherever. So I support the motion.
Are there any further dissent? Are there any dissenting views that wish to be aired? If not, we'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Against? Carried. We now go to recommendation 33. Just getting that put up on. Oh, it hasn't changed. Oh, it has changed a little bit. Right, regional leadership. 33 notes that council staff recommend no adjustments to the work program under regional leadership environmental activity detailed in paper 6.1.2. Questions? Sorry, Mr. Rossler, if you want to introduce that paper.
Just very briefly, look, it's regional leadership is the fourth topic area covered in our ORC must do work in our consultation document, page 31. Following the chair's lead, we'll also consider our strategic direction recommendations of 3940 that are captured under that under the regional leadership topic in 6.1.2 the schedule.
But we'll just for clarity, we'll put those resolutions up.
Yep.
After this first month,
separately,
we'll ask for questions on those till those resolutions.
Yeah. So when councillors look at page 771 and 772 of the staff recommendations, you can see them all in those pages, including the staff recommendations around our strategic focus areas.
Questions? Do we have a councillor willing to move? With Councillor Ware is comfortable to move that motion. Oh, sorry. Councillor Wilson, just missed you there. You have a question?
Yep. Yeah, look, Richard, I asked the question earlier about funding for mana whenua and how that works. I don't necessarily want to change the motion, and I'm not challenging that we do that. But what I'm challenging is the way we do it, that we get ourselves in a position that has been criticised in some of the submissions and in other forum, where we're not getting a balanced view necessarily at the initial stages, and we may go down a pathway which isn't necessarily reflective of all communities. Is there in the is this where we address that or not?
Sorry, Kate, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking us to address.
It's more a process than there's been suggestions that in the way that we recognise the partnership, which I appreciate we need to recognise, and I'm not critical of that, but we go so far down building work streams with the partnership without extending into the community first, that we don't necessarily get the best pathway because it has been, it's not articulated or communicated with our communities early enough that who aren't partners. And I think that's a fair criticism in some aspects, and I'm wondering how we alleviate that. It is in submissions of fed farmers. It's also, it's also the transparency of how those relationships work and that partnership works and the funding.
Yeah, I acknowledge it's in some submissions. I heard those submissions and have read them as well. We have an approach where we engage early with our partners, and all I could do is give an undertaking that when we are designing those work programs, we keep in mind those messages we've heard around engagement, timing of engagement, transparency of engagement, and ensure that they are considered when we're putting those plans together. So I'm not saying whether I agree with it or not. I'm acknowledging those concerns that we've heard. I acknowledge that we have a commitment through our strategic directions to that partnership, and we do our best to meet the expectations that we set for ourselves there. And we need to take on board that other feedback we're getting from other parties who are obviously expressing some concerns around some of our work programs and their involvement in those. So all we can do is through the engagement work that's being led by Kate out of Amanda's area, just make sure we consider how we're designing those programs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noon.
I just had a question about the Grow Well Waiora request from Queenstown Lakes District Council, and it was about, I sort of understood the visibility of that partnership with this regional council, and ensuring that we had it front of mind every time we were working on strategy, I suppose, particularly in the planning space. And I see that the comments there that it's it's a joint partnership, obviously, with both Dunedin and Queenstown through the NES urban development requirements. But I just felt that there was I think it was Alexa may be able to help here, but it seemed to me that we were either, I don't know about underplaying, but we perhaps weren't we weren't considering that partnership perhaps as well as we should, or as I say, it wasn't perhaps front of mind going forward. But I may be wrong, but they would have put it there if they weren't asking for some greater, I think, visibility.
I wonder if, and it's certainly something we can pick up with QLDC just to make sure that we do clearly understand what they're articulating in that submission and respond to it. I wonder if we do a lot of work with QLDC and through various partnerships, and I wonder if it's their messages. There is a strong existing overarching Grow Well Waiora partnership for the Queenstown district that we could take some of that work through and highlight through that forum instead of having other partnerships or other work we do alongside them. And that's something we can take on board and just see where there are opportunities to go through that partnership instead of through an alternative process. So, but we can make sure we pick that up with the team over there and get best use of that existing group and structure.
Thank you. Councillor Meffo.
Yeah.
Yeah, just looking at it's page 772, and I brought it up yesterday. Wise Response Society, they had some fairly good wordsmithing that was involved in their submission, and I think our comment is it's been carefully considered. Anything other than that, Richard?
Yeah, Tim, can you hold that till we get to 40? And
sorry.
No, that's all right. Hilary will talk through those minor changes, which is a direct response to both Wise Response and the other submissions we've had on those strategic directions.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Never move them together. Further questions?
I have, yes.
Oh, sorry, Kate. Yep.
Sorry, Sandra McIntyre's. I understand the comment for year one. This is for more money for the working with ECAN on the Waitaki. It isn't clear from that response it's written whether the money is in the budget or not, or do you anticipate that will be through the annual plan next year? Should it proceed?
My understanding is that the budgets are there in the forecast LTP.
I could tell you what's happening. So what I said, there's a line item in there, Kate.
Pardon?
There is a line item for that request.
And it's got a separate funding over and above what Okaha already get.
Yes, because it's completely separate to Okaha. It is a joint, it's a joint committee between the two councils and iwi.
Okay, sorry, I just reading the wording, I thought I wasn't so certain of that. Thank you. I might come back to that other stuff later.
Right, have we a mover for the recommendation? 33, Noon and Weir are the seconder. Discussion. There be no discussion. We'll put the motion that under regional leadership number 33 notes that council staff recommend no adjustments to the work program under regional leadership environmental activity detailed in paper 6.1.2. All those in favour?
Yes.
Against?
No.
One against.
Abstaining.
And recorded. Thank you. Motion carries. We will now go to down the page to our strategic directions, which works with this, and we've just had a couple of questions on that. Which motion 39 that council notes that council staff have carefully considered community feedback relating to strategic directions, and 40 approves minor changes to the wording of strategic directions goals 2 and 3 as outlined in section 124 of this report. Questions? Councillor Metham. No. Yeah. Put them back up, please. Yeah.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I don't think I had my hand up, did I? But I was. Are you just referring to that?
Yeah, just referring back to the questions you'd asked earlier, Tim, which is relative to these two, motions. So I thought if you asked your questions and got some clarity around that, you would then be able to be bold and move those two motions together.
Yeah. Okay. No, look, I thought that the wording recommendations from Wise Response were actually superior to what we had in our strategic direction and goals, for the reason that they actually established objectives and measurable outcomes. So, but Richard, you were saying that Hillary's done some work on this.
Yep, so I can talk you through the process.
Sure. Yep.
So, yeah, I've had a couple of meetings with Wide Response, and they're really great to talk to, and really deep conversation. And it was really great to hear their feedback on these goals under the strategic directions. So when I went through and considered, what changes we might want to make to the goals, a couple of things to think about was ensuring that that these are goals that need to stay as goals. So they should set the direction, and they should set the direction of travel and tell us where we need to get to, but not be so specific that they don't prescribe how to get there. So at this level, at this governance level, it's about setting the goal, and then we need some flexibility to be agile about how we're going to get there, because things are going to change over the next 10 years. So with some of the wording, I was just mindful that it was getting pretty prescriptive about how we were going to get there. So Some of the changes I thought might not be appropriate because of that reason. Also looking at some of the goals and the wording of the goals, thinking about how these are going to cascade down through our work programs. And I actually thought that some of the wording proposed by Wise Response didn't make a material difference to the scope or ambition of some of these goals. In terms of how it would influence our work programs. So some of the wording was great, but I didn't think it made a material difference in that regard. We've also got to think about how these goals are going to be measured as well. And so some of the wording that we had originally was worded deliberately because we were thinking about how it was going to be measured. Because if we don't know how we're going to measure progress against these goals, then we don't know if we're heading in the direction or if we're going fast enough for that matter. And the two changes that I did recommend to two of the goals, I thought were necessary because they did make a material difference and there were important changes, and also they were reflected in a lot of the other submissions as well. So whereas the sponsor's sentiment was echoed by other submitters too, I thought that was a very good reason to adopt those changes. And so if there's any other specific changes that you wanted to explore, we can have a chat about that.
Thanks, Hilary, but no, there isn't. I mean, my only concern is our ability to measure progress against goals. That's what's most important around the statements that we come up with. So I'm happy if you're onto that. There's nothing further I want to add.
Thank you, Councillor Ware. Question?
Just wondering if you might be able to speak to what those material changes would look like from those two recommended changes.
So Wise Response suggested bringing the concept of biophysical limits into one of the community goals, and I thought that was actually better placed in one of the environmental goals. Because that's just an extension of the concept of sustainable managing our resources. And then the other one was around the transport, and it was efficient and cost effective was their wording, which again, comes through a lot in a lot of the other submissions. So it's the changes are at paragraph 124 of the deliberation report.
I was just wondering what you thought the impact on the work program would be from those changes. Obviously, they're pretty minor, but if there was any impact on the ambition or anything of the program from those changes.
I think it was more around reflecting what a lot of the submissions were asking for. Those two things.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, we have a mover for. We'll take those two together because they tie in neatly. Councillor Noon, seconded Councillor Ware. Any discussion?
Once again, I mean, this is they're really important words at a very high level that help to guide us. All the decisions that we make, whether it's financial or setting up work programs or whatever it might be. The hierarchy in terms of strategic directions is absolute key to ensure that we are, directing our resources in the right areas, and that we are connected with our community's desire for these visions. And obviously, it's been really useful having that feedback, and appreciate the tweaks that have been done to incorporate that as well.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, let's put the motion, both motions together, 39 and 40. 39 notes that council staff have carefully considered community feedback relating to strategic directions, and 40 approves minor changes to the wording of strategic direction goals 2 and 3 as outlined in section 124 of this report. All those in favour?
Yes. Yes.
Against? Carried. Funding the work. What a critical part of what we're thinking about, really. So we go to 34, and I'll hand to Mr. Rossler.
And then I'll hand the ball to Nick Donnelly, who's very keen to talk to this section.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike Roseler. Yes, I am very keen to talk to this section. 34. So, well, in this whole section, there's 4 key topics that we've covered here, but 34 is about the capital repayment period. So it was one of the things that was noted as a change in the financial strategy. We did get comment on it. In general, it was really related not so much into, I would say the comment wasn't so much around the repayment period itself, just about the fact that there was a lot of spend, and then the resulting, because of that increased spend, the resulting debt. But that whether that was directly related to the repayment period is sort of debatable. But overall, we're recommending that we just stick with the 30-year repayment for capital expenditure.
Questions?
Happy to move.
Thank you. A second to Councillor New, but I think we may have had a question coming through, did we?
Tim and Kate, both said move.
Moving.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so we'll stick with Tim and Andrew. Kate, thank you. Discussion? Andrew?
Look, I can just recall when we made the decision in terms of the time frame for payback by 30 years, the conversation that we had prior to the long-term planning consultation was around, having a length of period that reflected, a generation plus. So there was some fairness around the spread over a longer period rather than, i.e. a shorter period. And I suppose financially, it provided a little bit of breathing space for us as well. But I think the key thing was around spreading it over that longer period, because it recognised that most of these assets have a long life.
Tim, did you want to talk to that?
Oh, look, just other than it aligns with generally accepted principles. So, yeah, I'm happy to. Did I move it?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so, this is your summary, because there's no other discussion.
No, that's it.
Thank you. We will put the motion of funding the work number 34 that council approves the proposal of infrastructure capital repayment being applied over 30 years. All those in favour?
Yes.
Against? Carried. 35, and I think we'll hand back to an excited Mr. Donnelly in his very adequate controlled sphere of work, and we'll keep you smiling and let you talk us through recommendation 35. Thanks, Mr. Donnelly.
Yeah, so 35 is UAGC. So again, the UAGC wasn't an actual consultation item, but it was something that council had debated, through the LTP build process. Where it's very relevant to the feedback that we got is there was, feedback, particularly from Queenstown Lakes district area, around the difference in the average rates amounts across the districts. So we've outlined that in the paper there. It came up, it was noted that the average rates in QLDC is higher than the average rates in the other districts, and in particular they would compare to Dunedin. That is something that we had looked at as we went through the build process. It's something that we've actually provided that info and shown it, highlighted it to council every year since I've been here, because as capital values across the districts have been increasing, they've been increasing at different rates. And of course, Queenstown now has a significantly larger average capital value than the other districts. What I did do in the paper was just show the comparison for the actual capital value of a Queenstown and a Wanaka property versus a Dunedin property with the same capital value, because it is slightly distorting it, as sometimes pointed out. You know, averages are fine, but they don't necessarily tell you the whole story. And so the examples I gave there is, you've got to remember that a property of the same value in Queenstown or Wanaka, in theory, is still paying the same for things like for general rates, is paying the same as a property of the same value in Dunedin. There is some slight differences around, transport rates and those other services, but the examples that I gave there, you could see that even under the proposed RFP, which isn't what we've gone with now, but the Dunedin properties with a $1.58 million CV, we're still going to be paying about $100 more than Queenstown and Wanaka properties. And in fact, in that middle column, the Wanaka property that was going to be paying $695, that will be dropping now because they're not going to be getting the transport rate. So that'll drop to, it'll drop to under 600, so down to probably about 560, 570, compared to paying roughly about $800 for a comparable value property in Dunedin. So where all of this is relevant is to the UAGC. Is the UAGC is probably the main mechanism that council has for if you like, smoothing the difference across the districts. It's not going to make them equal by any stretch of the imagination, but it does help to remove some of that difference. And at the moment, council agreed to retain UAGC at 25% of the general rate, and that's what's in the proposal. So just wanted to go through, have the discussion in council to confirm that is what it wishes to retain.
Thank you, Nick. Questions?
I'm just not actually that clear.
I've got a quick question from.
Can we?
I'm coming to you, Councillor Wilson. I've just got Councillor Forbes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to see what the preferred option is. Yeah.
Yes, 25%. 25% of our general rate, to a maximum of 25% of our general rate to be UAGC.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, no, then where?
My question related to that, and is wondering whether there is any issue writing the recommendation to reflect what the preferred option is by putting that wording in. I think approves 25% of general rate as consulted for the level of UAGC to include in the final LTP, makes it a lot more transparent. Have I got that correct as being the appropriate motion?
I'm just checking with both Mr. Rossler or Mr. Donnelly.
Yeah, Nick might correct me here, but I think we're covered because this is in the RFP,
yes,
the policy. So Nick might jump in here. So we're actually Nick's just asking you to confirm what is written in the draft RFP. So this would be belts and braces.
I've been looking for what the answer was, and I really am grateful for Nick giving it in his last line. But the fact is, if I saw this motion and wondered what it meant, it takes a long time to delve into the document to find it.
Yes, I agree with that.
What page is it on?
Yeah, you could just add to it that the UAGC and the final LTP being 25% of general rates, because that's what it was in the proposal. So unless you decide to change it to something different, that's what it'll stay at.
Thank you. I'm happy to move that.
Comfortable. we did have we'll just hold that because we had a question from Councillor Noon and Councillor Weir, but I will come back to you, Councillor Wilson.
I'm happy to support Kate's amendment to the motion, but my question is for Nick. And could he remind us whether we are out of kilter with the uniform annual general charge amount compared with general rates as compared with the other, let's say, regional councils throughout the country?
30%.
I haven't got that analysis, but I have had a look at what a lot of the other regional councils do, and it varies. You know, regional councils do a number of different things. You know, some councils don't even have a UAGC. They tend to look at individual rates as to whether they're going to be uniform or capital value based. One of the councils that I know of, actually, they maximise their uniform rates through a UAGC, so that they make sure that they've got 30% of their total rates are uniform, and which means they've got a UAGC that is actually bigger than their value, you know, based portion of general rates. So councils do all sorts of different things.
Thank you. Councillor Weir.
Just wondering if you can remind us what it was in the previous LTP and like currently is.
Yeah, that's what it has been. When we went through and discussed this as we were working through the build, we looked at some other options as to whether we would increase that percentage. And options that were looked at were increase the percentage of general rates, and it was based on a few different scenarios. Council considered it, and where it landed was just retaining the status quo, which is a UAGC that's 25% of general rates.
We've had an indication from Councillor Wilson that she's comfortable to move that recommendation. Are you still of that mind?
Yes.
So we have a mover, Councillor Wilson, a seconder, Councillor Noon.
With the amendment.
Well, yeah, it's up there if you're just
getting his glasses.
I'll read that out because I've read one out for those whose vision is not that good but relies on hearing, and I don't know if you can do either. But recommendation 35 approves the preferred option as consulted for the level of UAGC to include in the final long-term plan being 25% of general rates. All those in favour? Oh, sorry. Discussion. We have Councillor Forbes and Councillor Weir.
Okay. Acknowledging my conflict in very much wanting a uniform annual general rate for the wilding pines as specified, I am generally against them. I think they're an aggressive form of taxation and I'm not happy with them, so I won't be voting for this motion for that reason. I also acknowledge that this could cause all sorts of actions if we all took exactly the same stand, but I can't vote for it because of that principle of it being a aggressive tax.
Councillor Weir.
Yeah, what Councillor Forbes has said, the potential reasons for increasing the UAGC or for having it at all are looking at that difference, that inequity in the amount of rates that different people in the region pay through capital value rates. But I think we're missing the point here, and that difference, that spread, that inequity is just reflective of the wealth difference, the wealth inequity of our country, and in this case, our region. Like it is bad that that spread is so large, yes, but smoothing it through a UEGC at whatever level is just ignoring the problem. The actual problem that, you know, causes that spread to be so large and causes the wealth inequity in our country. We're just choosing to ignore that and charge everyone the same. I don't think I could go home and feel good about myself if I could choose to make rates higher for those with more wealth and lower for those in the most need, and I chose not to. So in the very unlikely event that this fails, I'll move an alternative motion in that direction.
Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, just think it's important to say that I will be voting for this one. We have had a number of submissions on it, and this is signalling a mixture. So there's a 25% of the UAGC. There's a recognition of that's not the answer to everything that we rate, and that reflects the comments of Councillor Ware and Councillor Forbes on wealth and ability to pay to some respect, but we have had submitters as well potentially have high value properties, but actually aren't in a position to pay as well. And yeah, I mean, we need those people as well. We need people to be able to be producers and businesses, and that's important for our region. So I think this reflects both arguments, with a small proportion being uniform.
Councillor Scott, then no.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I am generally against the uniform rate or charge, but I think, you know, with the 25-75 split, I think we've actually got the balance pretty good between individual responsibility and ability versus the CV and the extra wealth and the ability to pay. So I'll be supporting the motion, but I will just say for a second time that on this particular long-term plan process, there has seemed to be a willingness or a tendency around the table to have the uniform charge sneak in various areas. And I think everybody just needs to take a pause and remind ourselves that, yes, it's actually already in there in terms of this 25-75 split. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Oh, I couldn't live with myself if I don't make some contribution after what I heard Elliot say. But look, there are plenty of people out in our community that are on a fixed income, and I don't see why we should continue to single them out and use them as a cash cow in the intent to, or with the reasoning that they have a higher value property, so that means they can pay more. I can give you plenty of examples of little old ladies or little old men living on their own and if you take Dunedin, you know, a $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 property that live week to week. So I think we need to be a bit more open-minded when we have this discussion.
Councillor Wilson, as the mover, final sum up.
Yeah, we've got a really limited tools for doing rates, but not using all of the tools on the basis of absolute of information that isn't necessarily fact and hasn't got any I mean, it hasn't been attributed to any study, really concerns me. It's great rhetoric, but it's not. We need to base things on a much better reality than someone's perceptions of who's rich and who isn't. The fact is that New Zealand is a poor country by a whole lot of measures now, and yet we all want someone else to pay for things that we all want or we think is the greater good. At the same time, there's a whole lot of people not necessarily in rich houses, but who have plentiful land that they're maintaining really well at a huge cost over and above what they're rated to do to ensure that the rest of Otago is good as well. And I think that is often forgotten by people who just want things laid on for them or for the poor people. Look, I think we're trying to mix up our role here, and our role is to be efficient and effective and to be as fair as you can with a really, really difficult process. And so that is one of the tools that we should be using, we are using, and the other ways that we apportion these things will, in the end of the day, be the best we can to make it as fair as we can, but not necessarily equitable.
We have recommendation 35, which approves the preferred option as consulted for the level of UAGC to include in the final long-term plan being 25% of general rates. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Against?
No.
Recorded? Record Forbes and Weir as against. Thank you. The next 36 is a noting that we are noting that we have gone to page 27 of our paper and read the alternate options to recommendation 37. Someone please note that we've done that. Move in that direction. Councillor Weir, Councillor Noon. Oh, sorry. Council.
So that's it.
Yeah, just that one. Yeah, just Council 36. Yes. And it was moved.
Oh, sorry, weird.
No.
It was me, one of them.
Yeah, got that.
Which option?
No, we're not moving that. All we're doing.
We're just taking 36 as noting first, and then obviously there's some discussion around the options to come in 37. Okay.
And 37.
Thank you.
All those in favour of noting that?
Aye. Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
That's right. Against? No. And we're just holding for table. So I can go on and talk the next one. It was moved by Moon, seconded by Weir.
Thank you. I've got that now.
I've got that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Right. We now move to recommendation 37, which will come on the screen soon. Approves the preferred option as consulted on the rate increase policy limit. Mr. Donnelly.
Yeah, so we just wanted to put this one in here. It wasn't directly related to a question we asked or anything, but the position when we went out for consultation, the draft LTP and the financial strategy included included the prudence graphs, which council has to set a quantified limit on rates increases. Now, in previous LTPs, we've always waited until we've landed what the rates increases are going to be, and then we've set the limit at just above those for the first few years. So, we're at 16.4% for year one. So we would set a limit of say 17%, and then year two, and then we usually hit a point where it's below. It's low enough that we go from years whatever on. It might be say 6 or 8%. That's how we've done it. In the draft financial strategy, we changed that because there'd been discussion sort of as we went through the build process that council was sort of indicating that their aim or the target would sort of be to keep rates increases under 10% for any year. So we just put the increase amount in as 10% per year for each of the 10 years. It was commented on when we went out for consultation about that. So there's no issue with doing either approach. We've done it the other way in the past. If we do it the way that we are doing it, it will mean that we'll be above that 10% limit in year 1 and 2. We just then have to make sure that we comment as to why that is, so it's clear. But there's no penalty for setting a limit. You can then go over it. You've then just got to explain why why that was the case. So just wanted to confirm before we go and complete all the documents which way council would like to go. So at the moment it's set as a 10% rates increase limit every year. But if you didn't want to do it that way, we could change it so that we will just make the limit for years 1 and 2 high enough that we're the actual or the estimated increase is below that limit.
Questions, Councillor McCall?
I guess is this an audit requirement or a local government act requirement?
Yeah, so local government act. It's actually the Prudence Regulations Act, or I can't remember exactly what it's called. But those graphs that took you through a whole lot of those right back in the financial management workshop that we did sort of early on in the process. There's about 6 or 8 graphs, prudence measures that we have to set and report on, and this is one of them.
Yeah, I remember going through the system. I probably wasn't fully aware that we were setting a number per se as opposed to discussing a number. But I suppose we were discussing the number to set today.
Yeah.
So we're thinking about the number we set. Okay.
Councillor Meffam, Noon, then Weir.
Nick, if we establish a 10% rates increase limit every year, then immediately we're in breach of it, aren't we? When we're looking at a 17% rate increase in year 1 and whatever else, how does that work?
Yep. Yeah, that's right. So basically, in the graph, we just show that first year the 17 gets shown as an orange rather than a green, and then the auditors expect us to explain why that was the case. So we would just say, well, what the biggest thing in year 1 is the fact that we're moving to a fully funded transport operation. So that's increased our transport rates significantly, and that's what's driving us over and above. So we just have to put the narrative there. But again, like the question came in the last one about UAGCs, what do other councils do? I'd looked at this in other council LTPs for the last LTP. And there's a mix. Some do it with just with a percentage that, in fact, they do breach. They show that they're going to be breaching it, so they really treat it as a target. And some do what we used to do of waiting until you've worked out what the percentage is going to be, and then when you do the LTP, you just set it so that you're in compliance every year, and then all you're using it for is to measure what your increase lands on in year 2 and 3 annual plans in particular.
And the same, Councillor Node.
You've given us 2 options, Nick. With the efficiency and effectiveness the back of your mind and the forensic eye of audit, what is your recommendation?
Well, I'd changed it to just the flat 10% in the draft. Audit has I've discussed this. I haven't discussed it with audit this time around, but last time I had the discussion around that, and audit sort of said, well, at that point you're just setting the limit based on what it needs to be. Is that really setting yourself a limit or a target? So, as I said, it's done both ways across councils. It really is just it's a target, and it indicates what council would like to limit rates at. Doesn't mean that you can't go above that.
What's the easiest one to implement from your perspective?
They're both. They're just it's just a lot. It's a number and a line on a graph, and then for the one where you would be over it, you've just got to put some explanation. But we're explaining why our rates are higher in years 1 and 2 anyway.
Could we just Richard?
So sorry, Nick, and I hadn't picked this up before now. So the option we've got up on the screen, which is the third option consulted on being 10% for each year of the LTP, in paragraph 137, in terms of your alternative options, Option B is a 10% over 10 years and note and explain the reason for years 1 and 2 being above the limit, which is what you've said we have to do anyway. So that is actually the recommended option. Is that?
That is.
The alternative to that is that we set 1 and 2 at the estimated increase and the remaining at 10%. So if this hasn't been moved or seconded yet, so if it's okay with the chair, we will just add that text onto the end of this, because from that discussion I just heard between Councillor Moon and Nick, it's actually 137A that is the preferred option.
Which is that option B?
Which is option.
Sorry. So if councillors flipped up 137 and read A, and we're just going to get that transcribed, but in the meantime, we'll go through our, so Elliot, you're next.
Yeah, I'm just looking through those options. They both keep that limit at 10% for the rest of the LTP. Is that required? Could we be picking any number there?
Yep, you can pick any number. You could have, it's just that, the reason we kept it at 10% is, like I said, that was certainly for the first few years, that was the number that council seemed to be focused on, getting the rates increased down below. So it just seemed fair to just keep it at 10% across the board. But in previous years, we've dropped it. We've probably had it drop as rates in the latter years decrease. I think we might have had it drop to, for the last 5 or 6 years, drop to 6%. Rates increases like that.
And so that number has like zero impact on the actual rates or what they will end up being or anything. The only impact it has is a box tick for our audit requirements, and I guess a signal to the community.
Yeah, and that you have to report against it. So once you've reported against it, like we had to in the current year that we're in, we had 12% in the LTP as our year 3 rates increase, and you might remember we ended up with 18%. So when we went out and did that, we had to report that we were now above what the limit we had set for that year in the LTP, and just explain why that had happened, which was largely around inflation and the cost of living impacts that had come through. So yeah, it doesn't mean that we're limited to that and can't go above it when we get to whatever year it is.
Councillor Robertson.
There might be other questions I was foreshadowing that I wanted to move C.
Councillor McCall, a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just going back to when we were doing this discussion way back when we were talking about the number back in the workshop periods, because we always talk about the 10%, but that was basically a number initially net of repaying the transport reserves and increased services with public transport. I was just wondering how we're tracking towards that 10% under that criteria now, because we must be getting pretty close.
That's not relevant.
Yeah, excluding transport, and that's excluding the transport rates altogether, and that's the deficit repayment as well. In the consultation numbers, we were below the 10% every year except year 2.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Oh, sorry, Lloyd, follow up. Sorry, Lloyd.
That's in the consultation one, but since then there's been like a couple of percent come out of the overall work programs as well, particularly in year 1.
Yep. So that would put us down even lower. I mean, year 1, when it was 18.6% for the you know, in the when we did the consultation, then once you took transport out, it was 7.7, and then we have you know, we have managed to remove some as well. So yeah, we would be, yeah, like I said, we'd be below the 10%. In fact, even back then we were below 8% every year except year 2. Year 2 was still 11%, 11.5%, and that'll so that will come down. But I can't until we run the numbers through the whole model for the new you know, for the new changes that we're making. Then yeah, that was actually those numbers that I'm saying, that is after the staff changes. It's after the staff changes, but before the latest things that have changed, like increasing the Enviro fund to the $2 million.
Yeah, Nick, although the figure you were that is our way of looking at our rating system, but what we're talking about here is our total rate impact. So that is the 10% is the number when we have got our transport rate in. This is not just a general rate.
That's correct. So we need to report our total rates increase against this limit that we set. We had presented it this way for the purposes of the consultation document to make it clear the impact that particularly the deficit repayment was having overall. But the important line, if people are looking at page 39 of the consultation document, is the purple one, which is the total rates increase, and that's the one that we're measured against.
Yeah. We have a further question in line from Kate, and then back to Councillor Robertson, then possibly Weir after that.
Well, I'm just wondering if this is slightly premature in order. Actually, I've been looking at 39 and trying to work out how, in light of, while the staff have made some wonderful savings, apparently. Sorry, that wasn't flippantly, apparently. I can't see on page 39 how this statement is correct for years 1 and 2, considering we've added in the environmental fund and we've added in a few other $1,000 here and there, I think, to date. So, but until we get to the point.
Kate, you've got an answer coming to that. I think.
So just for clarity, we're not saying that we will comply with this. This is the explanation that Nick gave. We set this, and if we're above it, we need to explain the reasons why. The alternate, which is effectively 137B or option C, sees us setting this once we know that final number. So you're right, Kate, that this, as what is on the screen, which is the recommended option from Nick, we won't be complying. Once we do make those final calculations, and we've still got a few things to discuss, and he's explained how we manage that in terms of process. The alternative to this, which I think was what Councillor Robertson was foreshadowing moving, is that we would go with option C, which sets years 1 and 2 in line with finally approved budgets.
So look, I think we're coming. I'm on page 39, and it's got 3 years of us well above 10%. I appreciate there's been some savings, but we've also had some fairly substantial add-ins, and that's my question.
Councillor Robertson, that therefore we need to change.
Wilson.
Sorry, I'm looking at Councillor Robertson. It is getting quite late in the day, and my eyes aren't that bad. Apologies, but therefore, what you're saying, you need to propose a different motion to what is explained. We understand those figures. You've had that explanation. But you would need to provide.
Well, no, the preferred option, as consulted,
excuse me. Listen. If you are not in agreement with those preferred options, you would need to come up with a separate motion. So I'm happy for you to craft that, but that's where we would stand on that. I've now got Councillor Robertson, who has given me instruction that she wishes to make a motion which may satisfy your needs. If you, and I think I'll go to her for that suggestion, and then you can decide from there whether you need to change that motion to something different.
No, I'm sorry. I'm wanting to understand how the preferred option, apparently we consulted on preferred option, which is that line, but in the consultation option, which is what I think is the preferred option as consulted, it had 3 years. And that's, well, I'm just asking, how does page 39 work in with this motion being the preferred option as consulted? I'm not being difficult. It was a question.
Nick, can you answer that? Is there a reason why we've got in the consultation or in 137B being option C, that years 1 and 2 being above that limit, and we don't mention 3?
Because that's what the numbers are. I am wondering whether the graph in the consultation document was showing the because originally it had been higher in years 1, 2, and 3. That was when we were doing the deficit repayment over 3 years, and then it got changed to 5 years, and then it meant that only years 1 and 2 were. But I am now wondering whether that graph wasn't changed to reflect it. It's definitely only years 1 and 2 are above the 10%, and it was only years 1 and 2 that were above when we'd finalised the consultation numbers. But that graph in the CD actually might have still been stating the 3-year repayment position.
So Kate, just to add to that, the summary report post-consultation document we circulated yesterday, which were the numbers post the staff changes, was 16.4, 11.2 and 9.1. And that also would have had included that spread of the deficit repayments. So that may be the explanation for it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, 100% correct. My apologies, and that graph is, I've been looking at the figures, and the graph does give a different picture. So I'm comfortable now with that explanation. I'll go to Councillor Robertson in the first instance.
Yeah, I just think that we need to front up and make deliberate decisions. We're doing that. We are not proposing a rates increase that's below the 10% for the first 2 years. And we are needing to meet a prudence test. It doesn't seem very prudent to go forth and say that we are going to meet a 10% limit when we're simply not making those decisions. What we do need to be doing is setting what we realistically are aiming at for those first 2 years. And then I think the 10% is appropriate. People cannot manage increasing. They probably can't actually manage the 10%, to be honest, year on year either. So I think a 10% absolute limit is reasonable beyond the 2 years. We've got valid reasons for why we're making the decisions. They will be based on the submissions, the needs, and what our role is. I would find it quite hard to explain exactly what it is that's put us above a 10% in year 1 and 2, given that there's not one area of our work that's to blame. What is the thing that's to blame that's caused the extra bit above the 10%? It's not one thing. So I just think we need to be realistic and own our decisions. There's good reason for it. Thank you.
So are you moving option C?
Yeah.
Have we a seconder for that? Councillor New.
I'll second. Okay.
We've got 5 seconders, so we'll have a short discussion on that. I'm just getting that put up on the board. Discussion.
Can I kick that off?
We've got Councillor Weir.
All right. Sorry, Tom, in front of you there, Tom. I fully support us moving from that preferred option to this option C. I think that's a much better way to go about things. But I actually think that we should be looking at this as a comms issue. If the number itself is completely arbitrary in terms of our, auditing processes and everything, other than if we go above it, we've got to note some reason why. I think we should do better at communicating that, but also try not to be setting unrealistic standards to our community. I had a lot of people throughout the consultation process come to me and point to that 10% and then point to the rates rises that we had planned and think there was something wrong with the document or there'd been a mistake somewhere. And I had to explain it, and I normally got a chuckle of disbelief at that, because it seems ridiculous that we even put a number there. I don't think we can be predicting the future as to what costs the council is going to have to cover. We don't know when a big flood might hit. We don't know when we're going to be needing to go over a certain rate, or when we might be able to pull back and go way under. And I think that to effectively communicate that to the community, that this number is not something you should be, planning your finances on based for years ahead. I would be more in favour of just setting it at something stupidly high, really. Just set it at 100%, and then it's very clear to the community that this number doesn't mean anything, and we're just going to be doing our best to make those rates rises as low as humanly possible, based on the work that we do need to do.
Councillor Methven.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I tend to agree, but look, we don't need to overcomplicate things. There is a level of accountability that's required here, so I don't agree with setting it 100%, because if we set it at a rate where we are accountable, then that's far better. So currently we're looking at an 18.6% increase in this year, and that was from the consultation document, and then it was 11.2 and then 9.4. I think that we need to realistically establish those rate increases in this motion that's going forward. And just one other thing I need to mention, we do actually know why our rate increase is 18.6% in this next year. It's the repayment of the public transport deficit, which has pushed us out so high. So just to clarify that. Thank you.
Councillor No.
I think this just highlights the statutory requirements of local government are clunky, and you could say that the legislation is a bit of an ass, really. But anyway, more importantly, I think, and I agree with Elliot to a certain degree with regards to our comms, because if you look at the updated staff recommendations, the average rate increase over the life of the LTP is 6.5%. And if you then broke that down from year 4 to 10, it would be obviously less than that. So I agree that it's really important that we, and as Gretchen has alluded to, it's important to tell the message, warts and all, and what it really is. But we also should be ensuring that the balance of the LTP in terms of a rate increase should be conveyed as well at this time.
Is there any dissenting voices? If not, I'll go back to the mover if she wishes to. Comfortable?
Yep.
I'll now put the motion. So the motion is motion 37 approves that the rate increase policy limit is set for years 1 and 2 at the estimated increase and the remaining years of the LTP at 10%. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Against?
No.
Recorded. Councillor Kelleher. Motion is carried. We now go to back. Yeah, I know. I should have to go there and back to there. That's all right. To recommendation 38. And back to you, Mr. Donnelly.
So 38, last one in the section. This was about rates affordability. So obviously we got that, feedback. This is what we covered off right at the start. That Richard took you through with the staff changes. So this particular recommendation then was about you accepting those staff changes, which was the decreases or the changes that staff had made to get down to the 16.4% year one increase. But obviously there's some other subsequent changes that have happened since then that'll change that. But it was decreasing the baseline down to that.
Questions?
Well, maybe the move. Second.
Yeah, no. Right. We have I have a question on that. So I'm going to pose a question that I'm sure the answer is no. Does that preclude councillors from requesting further decreases?
No, it doesn't. It's just to confirm those changes that were circulated, not Andrew's hold, circulated by email and yesterday morning. Obviously, there are a number of other motions that have been passed since that will be put into the final model that Nick and the team have been keeping track of. And I know we've still got some motions to come as well. So this is just relating specifically to those things that were circulated and I spoke to yesterday.
Thank you. Councillor Weir, question?
Just wondering if we should add and motions passed today or something to that.
That's a separate issue. So this just accepts the ones that were in as per paragraph 138, which is further reviews of expenditure levels. The other motions still stand as they were put. Okay.
We have a mover, which is Councillor McCall, seconded Councillor Noon. Discussion.
Just to acknowledge the staff have brought forward some genuine savings as part of this program. Yeah, it's just appreciated.
Councillor McCall.
Well, I very much same as what Andrew's saying. I think that it's been really good that the staff have gone away and considered the circumstances and made an honest attempt to have a fully functioning organisation at a lower cost. Thank you.
Councillor Meffin.
Yeah, look, I also commend staff on this, but I actually don't see any necessity for this motion to be here at all, actually. So just wondering what we're doing. Thanks.
Yeah, so just in response to that, so we've got an approved draft, well, we've got a draft approved LTP, which is the one we're now to consult with. We've made a number of motions today that confirmed changes. This is just another one of those set of changes, so it does need to be acknowledged formally through a resolution that those savings we pull forward have been accepted and can be included into the model.
Okay, it's a good answer. Thanks.
We have recommended we have a mover and a seconder. No further discussion. Oh yes, we have. Sorry, Kate. My apologies.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Look, I do want to genuinely thank the staff and Richard especially for leading this. And it is relatively new still in Richard's tenure. But since we've gone out for consultation, I've come to two realizations. One is a consistent one, is that we really are unsure about some of our costs and our work programs, and why I didn't and abstained earlier on work programs is I actually don't have the clarity to understand some of the work programs what the cost and the benefit is, because I can't see the lines in there. I know that Richard is going to work towards that being more transparent. He's talked about that. But so that's one realization. If we can't see the work programs, we don't know what value we're getting out of them at the end of the day for the cost. The second part of that is the costs of something like the RPS and fighting with our constituents for that, and what is likely to happen in the Land and Water Regional Plan. If plans are literally the backbone or the baseline, and yet the community can deliver, as they have been shown they can, far better results using things like integrated catchment management and catchment groups and a whole lot of other things. Those are where we're getting real gains happening in our environment. Or if I look around predator-free Dunedin, or I look around Southern Sanctuary and some of those other groups working really, really well together, I do think fundamentally we need to be able to say, hand on heart, we are delivering the best outcomes the most efficient and effective way. We've started that process. I don't think we're anywhere near the end of it. And so while we can take some pleasure in this and these reductions now, that journey isn't, in my mind, over. And it's been a tortuous process for the people who, especially at the lower end of incomes, to get to this point. I just want to acknowledge how hard our rates increases have been. And I just hope that this, when we move this, and we're really grateful for it, it isn't seen as the end of the game. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Just from the chair again, yeah, certainly we sent a message to staff to go and have a fine tooth comb through our processes. They've come back with some good solid staff. We've heard from our community what they are seeking. That again, I'll reiterate what I said at the start, they're generally happy with the direction that ORC is heading in, but they are looking to ensure that we are efficient, effective, and they're getting value for money. And I'm confident we're working in that direction. So very happy to support the mover of this motion. Do you want to talk, or are you happy for the motion to be put?
Was it me? No, yeah, it wasn't me. I think.
Oh, who put the motion?
Yeah.
Me.
Oh,
I thought
sorry.
I was going crazy, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm happy for the motion to be put. Thank you.
So 38 directs council staff to decrease the years 1 to 3 long-term plan 2024-2034 forecast expenditure and rating requirements as defined in section 139 of this report. All those in favour?
Yes.
Against? Carried. Yeah.
See what we're going to give you first.
I am going to take a short adjournment to take a breather and just to realign the next stage. So I'm going to move it. Councillor Robertson, seconder Councillor Noon. Those in favour?
Yes.
Aye. So we are at 2:35. Thank you. Yeah, it's just hoping no one will pick it up.
No, somebody picked it up.
Yeah, you did.
Doesn't look like
Hanging in there, Mr. Rosler. Getting through, ticking off as required. Again, thanks to you and your team, Mr. Donnelly, Sean, and everyone else that has helped with this process. I will say again later, but yeah, there's been a lot of work done. So we are now heading towards our procedural motions, which are 41, 42, and 43. But before we get to that stage, I'm just checking that everyone is online and set. That's good. Before we get to the stage of the procedural motions, this is the opportunity now for councillors to put forward any motions that they have foreshadowed that they will be doing. So this is the time to do that before we go to those procedural motions. We will start that off. We have circulated to, we are about to put up online. We'll put that straight up online. The motion foreshadowed by Councillor Scott regarding the liaison group formations. Councillor Scott, and that reads is number 46, requests that the Chief Executive prepares a report for the August Regional Leadership Committee meeting, including a draft terms of reference and process to work with the community to establish a Tauri flood and drainage scheme liaison group. Councillor Scott.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm still here. Just.
Good. So we've put the motion that you had requested. We've put that up. Do you wish to talk to that initially and then move it? And first of all, I might just ask them, is there any questions on that? There is one quick question on that.
Through me?
Yes, sorry, Andrew.
Through Chair, so just to be clear, when it talks about a draft terms of reference, it refers to the functionality of the liaison group, nothing more, nothing less.
Yes.
Councillor Weir.
Just want to check with see how that timeframe sits with you.
Yeah, I'm comfortable we can get that for August.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm sorry, I'm a real pedant here. At the moment, we have a drainage scheme or schemes and flood schemes. This is one liaison group. And I'm just wondering if that makes it really difficult because the schemes are separate.
Okay, let's change that to schemes.
So would it still just be one liaison group or is it groups? And that's I'm not trying to be difficult.
For efficiencies, it needs to be one. We can't have multiple. And I think the conversations can be had as one group.
Thank you.
No further questions. Councillor Scott, your opportunity, if that's your motion, you're happy to move it. I'm comfortable at this stage if you're ready for you to move it. Seek a seconder.
Yeah, sure. I'll speak to it as well.
Yep, so you're just going to move it first, and Councillor seconded it, and it's away you go, sir. Thanks, Brian.
Cool. Well, it's actually, you know, this is the certain representatives or certain landowners have been pushing for this for quite a period of time, and this motion articulates that. And I also believe there's a need for it if it fills a need. We have previously had liaison groups, and then they disappeared, and now communities saying, well, we need a voice, we need a representation. And I agree with that. I agree with that on the Tauri. I'm hoping that such a group won't just be the dairy farmers that we see at annual plan time, but I'm hoping that there'll be a representation from there as well as other stakeholders in the community, so there can be some genuine betterment for the schemes. so there'll be, instead of us maybe not being as flexible as we needed to be, this is an opportunity to refine and to get some feedback in an early stage. I'm also hoping that this liaison group, if we get it right and get the right terms of reference and all this type of thing, that it'll be the start of other liaison groups, as our CE has said. You know, there's obviously other schemes, there's the Lower Clutha, and there's other key things going on which may need some better representation. If we're striving to improve our service, this to me is the type of process we need. Thank you.
Councillor McCall.
Yes, I'll try and keep it fairly brief. I think what we're doing here is really formalising what's come out of the recent discussions. I think it's so important as an organisation that we keep close to our communities. It's so important that we work with the community so that we all work together and we all have buy-in and create that transparency. It's a natural progression. And as Councillor Scott said, I think it's a real good opportunity to set up a draft terms of reference for a liaison group based on the trial that was going to make some sort of a template going forward that we might be able to use more of. So I'm fully in support of it, and we're pretty much fulfilling the requests of the community as well. Thank you.
Any further discussion? We'll put the motion. The motion being 46, requests that the Chief Executive prepares a report for the August Regional Leadership Committee meeting, including a draft terms of reference and process to work with the community to establish a Taieri flood and drainage schemes liaison group. Those in favour?
Yes.
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 Against? Carried. We're just now loading up a couple more recommendations. So is there other councillors who have foreshadowed a motion that would take this opportunity now to put those motions forward?
So I'll just speak to the ones going to pop up now, and I'm just assisting Councillor Kelleher, who is under the weather, but had foreshadowed these to staff and councillors previously. So I won't speak to them, but just explaining that we'll pop them up on the screen as a set of 4. They're all individual, and provided Gary's up to it, I think a brief explanation from Gary, and then obviously would need to seek a seconder to enable it to go into debate and vote on each of these. We can provide some staff context on these or answer questions as we go through this process.
It's the staff numbers.
Gary needs to just, so I would go to Gary for 40, let's just take 47 first.
Yep.
See if Gary is wanting to speak to him for context at all.
Yep.
So the answer question for you.
Yeah.
Do one at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't need a second group at this stage, do I?
Well, he'll need to explain it.
Yeah.
And then second.
So Gary, what we would like to do is just take each one of these separately, and if you could give us the rationale and your explanation around number 47, if you are able to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think if okay, I might leave them to be taken as read. I don't think I can really speak to them for too long, or just about at all. So with the will of the room, if they can just be considered as they're written, and I'll leave them at that. And whether they consider the move, if I could get a seconder, then that would be great. If not, then I've put them anyway. Thank you.
We have a motion moved. And thank you, Gary, for I understand the condition you're in at the moment, and thank you for being available. We will do our best with these now for you. So number 47.
I'm happy.
That man deserves a DB.
I'm happy to second pro forma in order to have the debate for Gary's sake and to speak to them as best I can.
Yeah, so we'll take that as the 47 is moved by Gary Kelleher, seconded by Kate Wilson. Discussion.
Question.
Yeah, I will take a question, and understanding the conditions we're under, I will. Yeah, no problem.
I understand that. Yeah, okay. I don't want to answer questions. So this, I guess, is just for staff. Do we have any confidence that the additional use of consultants necessary would be less than the amount would save through staff reductions?
Look, it's hard for us to put any numbers against this, appreciating that Councillor Keller has suggested that we achieve that reduction through attrition. So that there's an undefined period of time. So obviously in the long run, as we built work programs that suited that number of FTEs, there would be some reductions in overall expenditure. But it's not possible for me to say at the moment what that would look like in terms of any short-term savings, because it would be dependent on staff turnover.
Sorry. Just another one there. What would this mean for our work programs and levels of service?
We would have to. So obviously, as I read the motion, it's indicating that in terms of what's been committed to now that we've already started, that we would be able to use consultants to make sure that we delivered those requirements. But as we head into the annual plan and ongoing, we would need to reconsider that work program and present something that we felt could be delivered under that proposed staff level.
Councillor Scott.
Cool, thank you. I understand the sentiment of Councillor Kelleher's motion. I'm not sure about the 325. At the end of the day, any particular number would be arbitrary. I do wonder that, for me, out of this, I'm wondering whether we should invite the CE to come back with a report on projected staff numbers so that we could actually debate a reality going forward and provide some feedback and indication. Certainly staff numbers have just seemed to continue to increase, and I think at some point governments do need to provide some type of line in the sand, whatever it might be. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Scott, I think your request would need to be a further motion later, and for you to form that. But we need to address this motion as it is made now with the information that we have available.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Understand your sentiment, sir. Councillor Noon.
Are we in debate?
Yes,
okay.
Correct. And unless you require clarification from staff, we're in debate. Thank you.
So we had an update from the CE at the beginning of this process where I think Richard quoted 340 staff as of today, and with a projection of 352 or 359, I had both those numbers down, but there was an increase of 5.5 over a period of time. I'm Sure.
Yes, I just clarify, so 352 is our currently approved number, and 359 is what we're proposing within year one of the LTP.
Yes, all I really want to say is that one of the things that came to the fore when we started this process was the ability for this organisation to meet its requirements going forward, and having the ability to be fit for purpose, having the capability and capacity, etc., which has been a theme for several LTP processes. And what was obvious at the beginning of this latest LTP was that we're not there yet. And I absolutely get it from Gary that, there has been a huge growth in staff numbers, but that they have been required to meet our obligations, whether it's through council direction, whether it's through our community's desire for us to invest in, whether it's the environment or PT or regional leadership or infrastructure or whatever it may be. But there's been a desire from our community, and plus we have wanted to address some of those what we perceive as deficiencies, etc. So we're not there yet. So I can't support the motion, but I do support the intent of, and Brian's alluded to it, is having a cap in the future at the appropriate time.
Further debate, Councillor Forbes.
I feel the same. That was well articulated. Thank you, Andrew. I think when we started this journey a couple of years back, we knew we were going to grow the organisation. We knew we needed to do more. We wanted to do more. We believed that the people of our region wanted us to do a lot more and more quickly. And we have been reacting to that. And I can't support this yet. I've got no basis to support this except the concern, valid, that we have got a lot bigger than we did, and that we might be getting a few wobbles in the support of that. But I think we've done really, really well in our upscaling, and I think it's work that we've had to do environmentally. We have to, in terms of the government's push down towards us, we have to, and in terms of the needs of our community, we have to. So we've had very, very good reason to scale up, and I'm not happy to cap without really knowing what that means or what we're doing with that. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. Just reflecting on what our role is as governors and what good governance is about. And that is about determining what we need to do as an organisation, and Councillor Noon has spoken about that. So what the needs of our community is, submissions have spoken about that, and the ways that we need to respond to those needs, and also what our statutory role is. So from that, determining what our strategic approach to that and what projects we need to put in place, and the resourcing around that. We employ one staff member, that is our CE. It is then his job to determine how he resources those projects that we are setting through the LTP. It's not our job to determine whether he does that through staff, how much he pays that, so how he allocates resources, or whether it's through consultants or not. So that's my feeling on that. Good governance is around setting the projects, the what, not the who.
Thank you. Councillor Weir.
Yeah, I'm gonna say anything on this one, but just completely agree with what Councillor Robertson has said. That's my thoughts exactly. This seems to be, starting from the end point and going backwards. And I mean, aside from the fact that I don't think this is the time for austerity. It sort of denies our actual job of deciding what we're doing as a council. Sort of fantastical thinking to magically reduce the amount of people that are working to achieve the things that we've set. If we want to reduce the amount of staff, which I don't for the record, but if we want to reduce the spend, we have to start from what we're actually doing and reduce level of services or cut spends in certain areas, and then staff cuts will fall back from there. Certainly not pushing for that, but if you want to cut costs, that's how you've got to do it. You can't wave a hand and pick a number of staff.
Councillor Wilson.
I find it intriguing we can put a 10% limit, which I didn't vote for or against, I just stayed silent, and think that that's okay because it looks on one graph that it might be happen without much reality to it. We haven't got there in the last 10 years, and yet we can't do this. It seems really funny to me. Now, what we do with our money, our most effective spend in some areas is just to give the money away to really good groups to do that work. Doesn't and shouldn't take a lot of employment to do that. Certainly we want to assess and ensure that people are spending that money well, but we should be doing that stuff lightly. Yes, we've done a lot more science and we needed to, but we've also grown substantially. Now, I'm happy to argue on Gary's part that if we don't have a goal to reduce this and a target, then we will continue by the very nature, and it's a bias that all managers want more staff under them, and it's a natural thing because they get paid more, and I'm not saying they do this willingly, but if you get paid more for having more staff under you, then actually it's a sort of state of putting, why wouldn't you? We should have a process that if we get above a certain level, whether it's 325 or 350 or whatever, actually we have some real hard thinking about whether that is the best and only way forward. And so I'm just supporting Gary, as I said, pro forma, may not vote for it, but to say, if we can do 10% as a budget limit, why can't we limit ourselves in other ways and really check and put some checks and balances on how we are providing it? Because once we've employed people, and that may be the reason you're hitting the 10% limit, it's really hard to go backwards.
Yes, point of clarification,
I'm just going to make a point of clarification on behalf of staff. Having more staff doesn't automatically get you paid more, and that's not something that the managers seek as part of this process.
I said that it's not necessarily intentional, but sometimes there is bias towards that. Apologies if I didn't mean to offend anyone.
Thank you. Further discussion? We have a motion that has been moved and seconded. It is 47 requests that FTE staff numbers in the LTP are capped at 325 for the length of the LTP, with the reduction being achieved through attrition. Consultants are to be used to fill any immediate resource needed to deliver short-term requirements. I would like Gary to speak, but I understand your position, so I will just simply put that motion. Those in favour?
Yes.
Those against?
No.
No.
On the voices, motion fails.
Brian got his hand up for some reason.
Yes. Brian, you are.
Yes, I'd just like to signal an alternative motion is to invite the CE to provide a report on projected staff numbers for the LTP period.
So, thanks, Councillor Scott. We've provided that as part of the documentation in the LTP, so it has the staff numbers out to year 10. It was circulated, an updated version was circulated yesterday morning, and I can resend that to you. So we do that as part of the LTP, and we do it each year as part of the annual plan as well.
Okay, thank you.
If we move further down those, number 48. We're just getting that up on screen. And 48 is request that staff approach Port Otago to negotiate a peppercorn rental for Wharu Runaka lease.
So I will just address this from a staff perspective before it goes too far. So in talking to Nick in terms of the accounting requirements, we can't do that. It would be considered a dividend under this relevant standards. So my recommendation to council, should you be of a mind to try and offset further the lease costs once we move into the Wharu Runaka new build, would be to have a conversation with Port Otago about further increasing the dividend, as opposed to negotiating a peppercorn rental. That would be the staff advice, but happy to leave it at that.
Questions? Councillor, we've got Councillor Scott and Councillor Meppen.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yes.
Questions?
Okay, well, my question is then, based on that advice, is there any benefit by having a peppercorn rental as opposed to a set rental and as opposed to a reduction in dividend?
So my advice would be that it wouldn't be advisable for us to have a peppercorn rental in terms of accounting. We would be better to have the rent that has been set as part of the agreement and seek to offset that through an increase in dividend from Port Otago.
Thank you.
Question from Tim.
Yeah, look, I'm just heading along the same line actually. So I mean, even if a peppercorn rental was available as a transaction, then the Port Otago wouldn't have as much to pay in a dividend. I do support the request to go back to Port Otago to ask for a dividend that represents the margin that they're making on the Wharu Runaka.
Question, Kate Wilson.
It's just a statement to say that on the advice of the CE, I'm happy to withdraw my seconding of that part of the motions, if I may.
Yes, and Kate, what you've done is you've done them all. You advise us that you pro forma would use all those motions, but on that you're removing your will to second that motion. So I'm going to go to the mover. The mover is Councillor Callahua. Have we a seconder for that motion after question time? Have we a seconder for that motion? The motion fails for a lack of a seconder. To recommendation 49. The recommendation is 49 is direct staff to retain the donation to the Otago Rescue. That the donation to the Otago Rescue helicopter is retained within the LTP budget and is inflationary increased each year by 5%.
So I'll just with the
this does make sense.
With the you're just let me again provide some context. So yes, just given Gary has indicated can't speak. So just in terms of where we're at with this at the moment through the discussions with Port Otago and building the long-term plan and talking about how they can financially support the council, it was agreed that they would take on the sponsorship of the Otago Rescue helicopter within their budget. and it was removed from the draft LTP ORC's budget. What Councillor Keller is suggesting through this is that we retain that donation within council's LTP, so we would effectively be putting it back in, and also ensuring year on year that it's increased by 5% within that 10 years of the LTP. That is what I understand is the intent of the motion.
Brian's hands down. Tim, question?
Look, I think we could probably facilitate this by ensuring that we, in our letter of expectation to the port, ensure that the Otago rescue helicopter is supported by them with an inflationary increase. It's not in their LOE, from what I remember, but we could put it in there.
If that is a question, yes, that could be done. I'll answer that question. Is that
good? Thanks.
Not correctly. Good. Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Have we been asked by the Rescue Helicopter Trust to increase our contribution through the LTP or at any other time?
I don't recall, sorry. Sorry, no, in terms of submissions, and Michael confirmed that for me, but we didn't receive requests through submission. I was just trying to recall the last presentation we had from them, and I can't recall there was a request for an increase at that point.
Pretty sure Councillor Callaghan might have asked that.
Right.
Yeah.
And there was no request.
So there wasn't a request for more than that. It was thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm really happy with that response, that we deal with it through the SOE, and on that basis, again, I think it's been a good explanation, and happy that it's been discussed for Gary's sake, as he sat through all of this, but I'm happy to withdraw that on that basis.
Thank you. So we have a mover, but so therefore I ask for a seconder. Councillor Wilson has withdrawn that second. The intent is really good. So if we are seconder for that motion. No, so that motion lapses for the lack of a seconder.
Can we have a subsequent motion to that, Kevin? Just to encompass what we were saying about the.
So you're happy for you to pen one.
Yeah.
And send through to us, and then we'll see if we need it. But I'm comfortable with it. The process that we've got is strong and robust.
Just for clarity too, Councillor, we have got a meeting coming up with Port Otago to discuss the letter of expectation as was drafted to them. So there will be the opportunity there to get some clarity or to issue a direction. So we're still, as I understand it, Nick, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we're still to finalise things with them in terms of their statement of corporate intent for this coming financial year. So there is still time there for us to include that, and it doesn't necessarily need a motion through this process.
Okay, well, if we don't need a motion, we won't do it. So no, that's good. But I can understand the importance of the rescue helicopter to Central Otago ratepayers. It's I think we all understand the importance of it. We just need to make sure that it continues to be supported. And this is over a period of 10 years we're talking about here. Thanks, Richard. Thanks.
It might be a question from Councillor McCall, but I will reiterate that there is a place called West Otago and North Otago that this service is exceptionally relevant.
And also Stewart Island and various other places as well. I know.
I'm here at the ORC, so and just being very mindful that this is a very well run organisation that will certainly let us know when they require more assistance. But again, this is a government service that they are providing, and there is a whole health review going on at the moment for the South Island, and being on the outskirts of that, I am aware that those sorts of services are being looked at as to where they are best funded from. So, but let's keep moving on. Number 50. Request that staff considers alternative community ownership models for flood and drainage schemes as a way of addressing financial unsustainability.
I need to speak to this one. I think it's self-explanatory what Gary was seeking.
Andrew,
are you looking for a seconder?
Second, yes.
I'll give you a second.
Yeah. Question from Elliot.
Would this be covered under the motion we've already moved? Looking at those, looking at the tidy one specifically.
Motion.
Looking at those economic review and the review of the scheme and stuff.
So that one yesterday was more around how we rate. So while it was the economic components to that and benefit zones, etc., we kept it quite broad. I think Gary's intent here is for a specific look at ownership models, which I see as a slightly different thing to what was discussed yesterday.
So the terms of reference that were coming up in that future meeting can be persistent to others, for example. Okay, yeah.
We have a move. Any further questions? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Councillor Noon.
I think this is important to at least give some consideration to, and I think if you turn your mind to Three Waters, that's occupied the TAs for the last 3 or 4 years, the discussions around the high cost of either improving infrastructure or operating infrastructure in that Three Waters space. And we're in the water space as well when it comes to flood and drainage. And I think alternative ownership models is something that could potentially be a solution going forward. And I can't personally pinpoint what they would be, but I think it needs to be looked at. And I think if I'd like to compare what the City Council and most territorial authorities have done with the operation of hall committees, it's more efficient and effective to have a incorporated society running a hall for a council because of the lot less requirements, particularly from a regulatory space, and I think the potentially this process may identify a better solution going forward. And as I say, I don't know what it is, but I think we should have a look at it. And I think for the simple fact that from a financial sustainability perspective, and that has been a clear message that we have had from particularly the ratepayers on the Tory for the flood and drainage scheme, and I'm sure there are other ratepayers throughout the region that are paying high rates as well, and we may hear from them. But I think it's something we should look at.
Councillor Forbes.
Yeah, I think we've heard this, and I'm happy to support this motion. I think we do need to have some really good discussions around flood and drainage beyond what we've been able to have through this process. And I think people are very concerned about financial and sustainability, and it is not a bad idea at all to have a good look at it and to consider community ownership.
Councillor Robertson, then Councillor Meffin, then McCall.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not fundamentally opposed to this idea, and it is something that comes up from time to time. I don't think the timing is right now. We're just talking about establishing liaison groups again and discussing with community where we're at and where we want to go. We've got some programs around natural hazards, which we've talked about earlier today, including the Clutha Delta, where our Glenorchy's Multi, but River as well, and the Tyree as well. So we're having those conversations with community about the future and what they hold. But I think talking about big rivers that flood and have big impacts on community is quite different from running a hall. And actually,
I understand. I think to be fair,
I'll remember
the
that.
speaker, who I can speak on behalf of, I think the speaker was using it as a comparison of not suggesting for one moment the flood and drainage scheme should be run by a incorporated society, but I was just making the point that there are alternative models to manage council assets.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. I just that's why I started with. I'm not fundamentally opposed to this, and I do understand that there are some really successful models where complex, even hydrological system, irrigation scheme, whatever, people do manage them. That's true, but managing people's safety and hazards and ensuring that everyone has an equitable degree of protection, I suppose, and that's maintained really well, and economics isn't the only fact. All those things we would need to carefully consider, and I think that's a timing thing with the community that isn't right at this very second, but I'm not closing my mind to it. I don't think we should ask staff to go away and consider it right now. I don't think there's a readiness for that right now. Let's come back to it once we've established some really good connections in those big river systems that have got schemes on them. But yeah, it's not right now for me.
Tim Meffin.
Thank you. Look, I was just wondering if we, now that we haven't reduced our staff to 325, that we just instruct them in this not to consider, but to research and report alternative community ownership models. We'll get an outcome from this motion if we put those words in there, which I'm happy to support.
Sorry, Councillor Meffin, just a couple of wee points. We have not resolved to go to 325, but
No, I didn't say that. I said, since we're not going to 325.
What do you want to add in there? Sorry, I just missed that.
That was just my sense of humour.
Yeah,
I
that's
realise
cool.
that probably at this time of day, it's probably not appropriate. Sorry about that. I will
very appropriate, and it did test me, and we're still listening, so that was really good.
Okay, look, I'm just wondering if we can replace the word consider with research and report. If the move is happy with that.
I will take it.
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. And the second is happy with that. Thank you. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Chair. It's going through the process of the long-term plan has become very obvious that we're going to have to make changes somewhere along the way in how we do business, because everything just becomes completely unaffordable and unsustainable. I do think that so we actually have to start thinking out of the box and look at all our options. So I think everything needs to be on the table going forward. I really think we need to be working with our communities a whole lot more to get some synergies going there. Ownership change would, in my way, would only be one small part of the puzzle. So or one small part of the puzzle with options. So it comes down to, I think the scope needs to be a whole lot wider than just looking at perhaps ownership models. Having said that, the change to research and report is slightly different, and that basically that's just going to be, that would be bringing us a paper to say what ownership options there are or aren't legally. So that would be some information that perhaps quite a few of us don't have right now. So that might be worthwhile. So I'd like to thank Gary for bringing it to us because if nothing else, it is starting that choreo, that engagement around what are the long-term opportunities, or what are some long-term opportunities to actually have sustainability ongoing. So thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Ware.
Yeah, like a few other councillors, I am supportive of the idea behind it, but my problem is with addressing this in isolation, as well as it sort of seems to be a few steps ahead of where we are currently in looking at those schemes. I think the liaison group earlier was a good sort of first step to take, but I think there's a few steps in between that and this, and I think also looking more broadly, if we're going to be looking at alternative ownership models, we also want to be looking at alternative funding and rating models. We also want to be looking at alternative infrastructure itself in the future of the scheme, and I'd sort of want to start doing that from a para framework, really, where we look at the future of the land and the people that are living on it and what they do on it, really starting from scratch.
A comment, we're currently doing a review of all these systems around their functionality, their costs and long-term options. And I think it is actually very important that we do have in there as one of the options going forward is the possibility, or at least investigating the possibility of community ownership. So I think all the things we're doing that our engineering staff are doing, reviewing, doing the work programs, I think somewhere along the line that option has to be in there, because it either needs to be ticked off as a yes or maybe listed as a possibility. So I'm happy to support that motion. With that in mind, there'd be no other speakers to the motion. We will put that motion being request that staff research and report on alternative community ownership models for flood and drainage schemes as a way of addressing financial unsustainability. Those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Those against?
No.
One against. Motion carried. Thank you.
There's no time for
Thank you very much, everyone.
I can just wait till we do those reviews anyways.
We're up to the last three procedural motions if there's no other motions.
That's 6 more to put there. I've just been told to go home, but I will not tell you the words. Is there any councillors with a motion to the long-term plan that needs to be considered at this stage?
Yes, I think it's time to finish.
Yeah, these three.
Now, I've still got a couple more that I've really got to add, just procedural ones, Councillor Scott, but I'm echoing your sentiments. Councillor Noon?
Once again, it's sort of broader than the LTP, but one of the things that has popped up is the meetings with Dunedin City Council, the connecting Dunedin meetings, which require NZTA to be available and to attend, and we've had real difficulty in activating those. So I suppose, what am I asking? I'm probably asking the chair to, in partnership with the city, with the mayor, to write a fairly direct letter to NZTA and request that they pick up the ball from where it's been left off, because we can't. There's no good us meeting as two councils. We require them to be in the room. So, and it was raised. I know Elliot raised it, and I think it was raised by someone else. Sorry, I can't remember. We don't. I assume we don't need a motion for that. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I thought I was going to raise it publicly.
Oh, right. Okay, thank you.
Would you like to comment on that, Chair?
Seems reasonable to me, and yeah, happy to do that. So, yep, we can note that publicly. Thank you.
Look, and if I could just add a wee bit to that, I think look, there is so much concern within a community that when we do these processes, that their wishes and their thoughts are not heard or listened to by us or actioned upon. So what a lot of that does come back to ensuring that we are strengthening all those connections and making those connections happen. I think it's very important to show that we are working together with the rest of Otago to make Otago the best place we can be. We also need to be very sure, and I'm sure Mr. Ross is right on tap with the team, that we are reporting back to all our submitters and to the open public that we are in fact doing that sort of thing, that the peripheral stuff that we're not necessarily voting on, but showing that we are taking full heed of what's being said and that we are making the appropriate actions or doing our darndest to make sure we're heading in that right direction. And with that, and I know Councillor Scott was going to foreshadow a motion to close the meeting, but I can't do that yet. But I will hold that thought, and we'll move to our procedural motions. Which is 41, which is directs council staff to implement the direction provided at the 29th, 30th May 2024 council meeting to complete and present the long-term plan 2024-34 for council approval at its 26th June meeting. It should be a finance committee meeting, I think. It is council?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Let's go. It needs to be council.
Yeah, it needs to be council. Yep. And I'm just carrying on because I'm going to read out 42 and 43 because again they are just procedural motions. 42 is notes that the council's external auditor's final report on the long-term plan 24-34 will be completed for inclusion in the final council approved document. And 43 notes that council rates resolutions will be put at the 26th of June 24 council meeting following the adoption of the long-term plan 2024-34. Any questions?
I'm happy to move those.
Thank you, Councillor Mepham. Did you say you want to second that, Councillor Scott?
I'm happy to second, but I do have a question.
Sorry.
I have a second, but I will accept the question because of the time delay of getting over the hills. Thanks, Kate.
So you want the question?
Yes, absolutely.
So my hand has been, my hand has been out. The question is, we were told at the start of this process that we would get a running update of the what our decisions have made, and before we do this, I would have thought that we would get an idea of what the first and second year look like, considering the changes we've got, or don't we know what that is yet? Having added the 2 million, because we added that in subject to maybe checking it.
I think Matt can probably provide you an update on that.
Thank you.
So I have been keeping a running total. So the only changes that I've got out all of that now make a rates have a rates impact is the environmental funding increasing to $2 million. It already had 500,000 in there, so that's an increase of 1.5 million from year 2 on, and then the Dunedin tracks and trails are getting 50k in year 1, and I am assuming there'll actually be there will be a slight change in the timing, I think, around the Wanaka PT, because if it's going to a business case and all that cost is now going to be in year 1, we had it phased that it was 50k in year 1 and then 200 in years 2 and 3. So assuming that moves around, it'll have it'll increase year 1 slightly and then decrease year 2. But those were the only ones that I had as rates increases. So assuming that those are we'll make those changes. I then think we'll be at 16.7% rates increase for year one. So that's up 0.3 from the 16.4 that we tabled at the start of yesterday. Year two will then increase to 13.1 from the 11.2. And year three will actually drop slightly to 8.9, which is 0.2 down from the 9.1. So I think the first 3 years will now be 16.7, 13.1, and 8.9.
Nick, just take us back to on those figures, but our consulted figure was 18 point something, wasn't it? That we went to.
Yeah, 18.6 for year one was the number in the consultation document.
Thank you. Comfortable, Councillor Wilson?
I'm surprised that year three's gone down, considering we've raised that by 1.5 million as well.
Yeah, but you've got to remember, it's comparable to the year before, and the year before had increased 1.5 million. Yeah. So
okay.
So you got 1.5 million added to each year. It's not like you then get So there isn't actually.
Oh, I love this 10%. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There isn't actually an increase for that in year three, because that same amount is still in both years. But these numbers, these are, just rough and ready calculations that I've done. We've still got to put it in and actually flow inflation through and everything like that. But that's roughly where I think the numbers should sit when you see them in a month's time or in 3 or 4 weeks.
I thank you. No, that's great. And so the 10% that everyone added on over the life of this plan is actually cumulative. So it'll be more like 120% over the life of the plan.
Yeah.
If every year was 10.
Yeah, but the 10% every year 10, that's just the limit. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not.
But
for those subsequent years, after year three, we're nowhere near the 10%.
Can I just make a clarification? I've just gone back and checked the resolutions where, as I recalled them, that $50,000 for the Tracks and Trails Trust was allocated in year two.
Oh, year two. Okay.
Not year one. So that will make a slight adjustment to those numbers by about 0.3. That was what was resolved.
Yeah. So then we'll be looking 16.6 year one, 13.3 year two, and 8.8 in year three.
Thank you. There be no further questions. We have a mover, Councillor Meffam, for resolution 41, 42, 43, seconded by Councillor Weir. Discussion.
Oh, look, just if I kick this off, this is a process as a first-time councillor that has actually been quite revealing. And we kicked this off last year in Ranfurly. I think it was around February or March, on a nice summer's day at the rugby club there, and we've ended up today having had submissions from 409 ratepayers, contributing to the process of developing this long-term plan. I want to recognise the amount of work that's gone into this from the staff of the Otago Regional Council, and particularly the leadership shown in managing this project and meeting the milestones. So it's a solid effort. So congratulations, Richard, and the ORC staff. Thank you.
Further comments? no further comments at this stage. I will put the three motions. Those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Those against?
No.
Recorded. Motion carried. It would be very good if we did this process during daylight saving, and then I'd have time to go and do something in a nice sunny day and relax after these 2 days. But we do it now. Thank you.
Have you brought your togs?
Look, we've got a final, not a final place, but we've got a recommendation from this to take to council. We need to be very sure within our minds that we are going to deliver the outcomes that our community is seeking. We need to be very, very sure that we will deliver, but we also need, as a governance group, to be really, really sure that we're going to support our staff to make sure that they can deliver. And part of that will be is we'll need to be very efficient, very effective, but we will need to communicate very, very well with our constituents, whether they be ratepayers or not ratepayers, that this is the plan that we have got for the betterment of Otago, and we're going to deliver it, we're going to deliver it well, and we're going forward. Thank you. Richard, anything you want to add?
Nothing from me. Can I just say something? I'll just move it. Both
you can.
Both thanks to the chair. It's been an enjoyable process, and yeah, just acknowledge not an easy task, as most of us know around the table during a meeting, but it's even more complex with LTP. So well done. I'm happy to move that way, Mr. Chairman.
You're making a motion on that?
I'm saying well done to the chair and acknowledging that publicly, and I'd like to move a motion to say that thank you for your chairmanship during this process.
I'd like to second that. And yeah, I'd just like to thank you as well, Councillor Malcolm, for leading us through this, but I want to do that as well at the council meeting. So I might reserve some of my comments until then, but yeah, totally wholeheartedly getting behind that. You've done a fantastic job today. We've all got different opinions, but it has been a really enjoyable process listening to all our colleagues. Particularly though, in synthesising all of those awesome submissions that we've received from our community as well, and really doing our best to listen and respond. And yeah, thanks to everyone. Thanks, yeah, Kevin, Richard, everyone. Been a very good process.
Those in favour?
Yes.
Majority of those said yes.
Who was the mover in this?
There was the odd eye. So in closing, so we'll close now. But again, thank you to the staff. Thank you for Trudy for bumping me as I got out of order a few times. Thanks, Richard, and your whole team for the work to get this process to this stage. And most importantly, thank you to our people of Otago for putting your submissions in. Whether they're in favour or not in favour, we absolutely respect your opinions and we will do our very best. Thank you.